Got that promotion I was up for.
Oh, you up?
I'm not sure I want to take it, though.
Why not?
Well, me and Jazz...
Mayor Dave Ortega, a proven leader for Scottsdale. As our mayor, Dave defended our water, cracked down on short-term rentals and party houses, and protected open spaces for future generations. Re-elect Mayor Dave Ortega.
Can't hear you over the music. Am I muted on the?
Okay, it should be fine now.
Okay. Do you guys hear me now? They said music is too loud.
All right, there you go. You're good.
Okay. You can hear me on that end? All right. I'm going to let a few of you guys give me a little bit of feedback. Mike, somebody said mic is very low.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Can you turn my mic up a little bit?
Yeah. Okay, you're maxed out.
Okay. All right, do you guys hear me? Are we rolling? I'm doing this from my house, so we're not in the studio. Let's give a mic check. 1, 2, 3. It said very quiet.
It's
Can't hear you. Turn it up. Low.
you sound very good on here.
All right, do you guys hear me?
You sound good.
Are we rolling? I'm doing this from my house,
You sound perfect.
so. Say better. Okay, yes. All right, everybody. I'm gonna try not to yell. Some of you guys, I'm probably looking at your comments that are delayed. But man, let's get into this thing, man. I want you guys to watch the election results with me. They obviously called a few states. It looked like they called Oklahoma. If I'm looking at the map, obviously Florida went to Donald J. Trump. It looks like they called South Carolina. Looked like Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. I can't see from way over here, but they called a few of the states, and it looks good for us. Let's switch the screen.
Do you want full screen on you?
No, just full screen. Switch the screen to give me the other results that are flashing on the screen.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so we're gonna look at it as we go, man. Like I told you guys earlier, my prediction was that Donald Trump would do very well, that he would kick her butt. I don't see there being a single reason whatsoever on planet Earth that Donald Trump doesn't sweep this election. The only reason she's even close to him is because they just cheating, lying, and stealing and killing and destroying. That's all that they do. They don't know how to do anything else. But it looks like we're doing really good. The turnout in Pennsylvania is what's exciting for me, and I honestly think that it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, right? I mean, all these other states are bonus states. Pennsylvania is where it's at, and that's going to be the crux of who win this election. Even if they don't call it tonight, if it looks like Trump has a path to victory in Pennsylvania, I think we're going to do very good. Also, I think Donald Trump is going to win North Carolina. He's going to win Nevada. He's going to win Arizona. He may even take Wisconsin. But the biggest thing is that he needs to get Pennsylvania. If he gets Pennsylvania, it's over. Let the big lady sing, because we're going to be done with this thing, all right? Shout out to the people that are giving super chats. I think I have a few on here. CJ Ellis, thank you for being a member. Nicole, first time voting from Pennsylvania, and it's red, baby. I appreciate that. Wisconsin for Trump. Let's see. Kiera Moore, thank you so much for the super chat. Tina, thank you so much for joining or upgrading your membership with the Tatum squad. I want you guys to put in the comment section where you're at, where you voted at. I want to see who's representing in the House. Do we have a lot of Pennsylvanians in the House? I'm gonna look for you. And if y'all hear some screaming and some kids running in here, I'm a father and I got kids and all my friends got kids. So if y'all hear them running around here screaming and the screen go black, one of them kick the cord out the wall, all right? So hopefully we don't do that. Let's look at this map real quick. Nick, if you could pull it up. Look like Texas don't have a lot of people. Can you make that bigger? It looks like Texas is not, they haven't completed much of Texas at all. Obviously, I think Donald Trump is going to carry Texas, but Florida represented well. Florida's represented well. All right, we got people in St. Louis, Missouri in the House, Arkansas, Indiana. Indiana, I think they already called it for Trump. Or am I mistaken? I want to see that. I want to see that big map.
Yeah, I'm going to try to make it.
Oklahoma in the House, Georgia in the House. Trump for Connecticut. We got Louisiana in the House, Texas in the House, Arizona, baby. Me and wife already voted, man. We voted early. We didn't want to take no chances. We wanted to make sure we were early. Let's see, Western North Carolina in the House, Lansing, Michigan in the House. Let's see, Glendale. Where my Arizona folks at, man? We got to run a table this time. We punked out last time. Let that old Joe and the whoa win the election, and I don't think we should have done that. We got Wisconsin in the House. Somebody from New Zealand for Trump. I wish you can cast your vote in America. Let's see, Tennessee in the House, Wisconsin. Listen, if you're watching this, you just somehow pop this up on your phone and you're watching B. Tatum, stay in line. Make sure you finish the vote. Go until the thing close out, because we need every single vote to count, because you know how at the end of the day they start putting them shenanigans overnight. We need as many votes as possible. All right, got a couple people in the super chat. Let's see. Christy, thanks so much for the super chat. Love your music at the beginning, Officer Tatum. Hold the line, Patriots, Michigan for Trump. Amen and amen. Shout out to Nick for making that music fire. Pennsylvania native here voted Trump. Appreciate it. Oh, Yellow Lantern. Appreciate you. Thank y'all, you other guys, for the super chats. Some of y'all usernames are crazy. I'm not old enough to vote, but I'm praying that he wins this election. Let me just do this real quick while I got a couple people on here. I did this at my event last night when I was in Michigan, and I want to do it now. I started prematurely and did not do this prayer because the night is young. Everybody that's watching me, most of us are people of faith. I want to do a quick prayer real quick because I honestly believe that it is invaluable for us to have peace and calm in this situation. You already did, most of y'all, we already did what we can do, and we got to give it up to the Lord. And whatever happens at the end of the day is God's will. right? It ain't like God take the wheel when Trump is in office and he somehow fell asleep behind the wheel when Biden was in office. God is in control, and I want us to have peace. And the best way to do that, in my personal opinion, is for us to all be on one accord and say a quick prayer. So I'm gonna say a quick prayer. If you can, bow your head. If you're driving, you can keep your eyes open like we did when we were kids in the church. You can still pray with your eyes open. All right. Lord, thank you so much for blessing us, giving us a new day to serve you, a new day to worship you and do the things that you have us do. God, we pray right now in the name of Jesus to give us peace and understanding about anything that happens today. No matter which way the election go, I want us to have enough courage to understand that you are still on the throne and that you're sovereign over all things, and that we can have peace and use wisdom moving forward. No matter what the outcome is, we pray that Donald Trump is successful, and we also pray that people are staying at the polls, and people who wouldn't normally vote will go out and vote and finish strong. Although the polls are closing, we just pray that everybody do the best that they can to make sure that they vote. And we thank you for all the many blessings that you've given us. We thank you in advance for what you're going to do. And we just ask for your guidance and wisdom through all of this. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, thank y'all for being a part of that prayer. Chicago Trump, RIP Officer Enrique Martinez. God bless that brother. Every time, I hate when I see cops lose their life, man. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I've never gone to a police funeral because I can't handle it. I can't watch them fold that flag up and get that to somebody's mama. I can't do it. Let's see, Ali, please keep educating the misinformed black folks. 100%. I am the Negro whisperer. Okay, I'm just playing. But I do want to be a light and educate folks that identify with me. You know, maybe they identify with me for whatever reason, they're from Texas or whatever. But I do want to make sure that we keep preaching the truth, and that's all we can do. Let's get to some election results, Nick. Let's pull that mic up. I said mic, that map up. Let's see, Steve, thank you so much. Puerto Rican from Virginia. Trump, amen. Okay, let me see. We still working on it?
Yeah.
All right, let me try to see if I can go. What's the website?
I'll bring this up for now.
Okay, so this is where we're at right now. They're still working on it. Where's that website at? What is it called?
Just look up on Google presidential election results. It'll give you everything.
All right. I'm gonna look it up on my computer so I can be real time. Okay, perfect. Look like Texas, Trump is ahead in Texas, obviously. Well, it's pretty close in Texas right now, man. I mean, when I'm looking at Texas here on my map, it looks like 23% are in, and it looks like Donald Trump is ahead. Hold on. Where's the numbers here? When I had it zoomed out, 1 second, y'all. So right now on the board, what you guys are looking at, they have called 105 to 72 on the election results page on Google. When you look it up, Donald Trump is at 95 and Kamala Harris is at 35. They've called Oklahoma for Donald Trump. They've called Mississippi for Donald Trump, Alabama for Donald Trump, Florida for Donald Trump. I mean, he's ahead by well over 1 million votes in Florida. They called South Carolina for Donald Trump thus far. They called West Virginia for Donald Trump, and they've called Indiana for Donald Trump, and he's up 62% with 32% of the vote in. For Kamala Harris, they've called, look like they've called Vermont, they've called Massachusetts, and they've called, look like Connecticut. So they've called Vermont, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, and Connecticut. And then it looked like they called Maryland for Kamala Harris. Well, I don't know. It's 10 electoral votes there. 0% of the vote is in, and they called it for Kamala Harris, which I'm pretty sure that it's going to go Kamala Harris. That's the way it typically goes. Texas right now, Donald Trump is up by about 300,000 votes with about 23% of the vote in. And when I look at Texas, there's hardly nothing in. I mean, Fort Worth is not in. Dallas is not in. Let's see. So it looks like it's the night is still young for Texas. Let's look at some other states that's gonna hear. Obviously, Rick Scott is. I think they called. Hold on. These aren't very clear. Yeah, they called. They obviously Rick Scott. They called it for him in Florida. Nobody else has been called. Ted Cruz is up 51% with 25% of the vote in. So Republicans, we're looking pretty decent right now. Is there a reason why the map isn't working?
Yeah, I just can't zoom in for some reason.
It won't zoom.
Yeah, every time I try, it comes out of the box.
Yeah, let's see if there's another website we can look at. All right, perfect, y'all. And just so y'all know, man, I got a whole bunch of people at my house. We having a good time, and that's why I started so late. I wanted to lie and say that it was because of the time zone, but it wasn't. I started late. I had to take a shower. I went and got some cigars. We got catered food here, and got a bartender here to make Kool-Aid. This is not an alcoholic beverage. So that's kind of why it's been like that. But yeah, bear with me, man. I appreciate you guys watching. This is my first time doing election coverage, man, and I hope that it turns out good. Let's see. So right now, it looks like we're in the same position. I kind of wish we had this one on. Nick, let me redo this one.
The Google one?
Because it looked like they got Donald Trump at 95. They got Kamala Harris at 35. And there's some states that they've called on the one that we're looking at on the screen that they hadn't called over here. Let's look at some other races while I'm at it. Can you believe Jill Stein got 100,000 votes so far? And Chase Oliver, who I've never heard of him a day in my life, got 93,000 votes.
The Palestine people are voting for Jill Stein.
Is that right? I hope they vote overwhelmingly for Jill Stein and not vote for Kamala Harris. Robert Kennedy, which I wish that he wasn't still on the ballot. Maybe people wrote him in too. He got 30,000 votes. Let's see. Hey Nick, have you tried the 270 account? The 270
ToWin.com.
towin.com.
Yeah, I'll try that right.
Let's see what 270 got so far. Where's the presidential?
It doesn't show.
They don't show the presidential thing here. Let's pull up Poly Market. Or Poly, what is it called? Poly Market? I want to see where Poly Market got Trump at. Because now that we're still kind of deep, God dang. Poly Market got Trump at 70%. They got Donald Trump on Poly Market winning. And I told you guys to download the app because that's the one that I can't imagine this not being accurate. You know, people are putting their money, effort, and energy behind this. It's not just a hunch and a prayer. I mean, it's literally people putting big money behind it. There's over $3 billion invested into this. They got Donald Trump winning everything except for Illinois, Minnesota. They got Donald Trump winning Wisconsin, or like a leading in Wisconsin. They got Kamala winning Michigan, and they got Donald Trump leading in Pennsylvania. So they pretty much got Donald Trump. Let's see how close they are. It looks like every state that they call so far is predictable, and people making money. They're getting paid out. Yeah, so if we look at the chart that you guys are looking at right here on the screen, if we go down to, just click on Donald Trump. Yeah, just click on him. Does it do anything when you click on it? It don't scroll? I had that problem the other day on a computer. It didn't scroll, and I thought that was so weird. But just click on it that says presidential election winner in 2024. Click on that and see what it do. They got $3.6 billion people investing in this stuff.
Yeah, it's not doing anything.
But it's not? Okay. And thank all y'all for the super chat. So if you gave a super chat, I appreciate you. If I missed you, I love you anyway. Okay? I'm going to try to figure out how to get to the super chats. Let's see. And I'm telling y'all right now, while we're starting this thing off, we have a Trump winning T-shirt ready to go. So when he win, we're gonna launch that shirt on this live stream. Let's see, Bree Rush, thank you for the super chat. It says, been a subscriber for some time. I love your channel. God bless you and your family. Thank you so much, Bree. God bless you as well. Christopher, thank you so much for the super chat. Joseph, thanks so much for the super chat. My wife Tracy and I were lifelong Democrats until Trump came along. Trump all day. You the GOAT, Tatum. I appreciate it, man. God bless y'all. I was a Democrat until Trump came along. I think if it wasn't for Trump, I'd probably be still calling myself a Democrat. Let's see. Americans abroad are voicing. American abroad, our voices still matter. Vote first time in my life from Germany. Please go out and vote. Amen and amen. California for Trump. Let's see. Wisconsin Marine Vet, thank you so much for the super chat. Pennsylvania, I vote for President Trump. Thank you for the super chat. North Carolina for Trump. Jennifer, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see. Smokey Crab. Rock Trump. POTUS 45 white. And fight. White. High tops today. One on each foot. Dripped out. I love that. Let's see. Scuba-matics. Thank you for the super chat. I voted for the felon. Let's go. All right, do we got any other results, Nick? Let me look on the thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to look.
So just so you guys know, I'm on Polymarket is one thing that I'm looking at. See how it changed. It looks like it's continuing the trend towards Donald Trump. And then I'm also looking at presidential election results because this is pretty accurate. It's not like the perfect accuracy, but it's pretty accurate. Let's see. Donald Trump is still up in Texas by about 200,000, a little bit less than 200,000 votes in Texas. And Texas is only 38% reported. Let's see. No results in Arizona. Obviously, I don't think the polls closed yet in Arizona. We got Kansas. Kamala Harris is winning in Kansas with 7% of the vote, which we know Trump is going to win Kansas. Let's see. Trump is up. Well, he's up 73% in Missouri with 9,000 votes. So Missouri is not close. So on the East Coast is where we should be getting a lot of our results. Obviously, Kamala Harris is going to win that top portion that you see right here pictured on the Polymarket map. She's going to win all that. I can't see Trump winning New York, even though he should. And Pennsylvania that you see right on the map that you're looking at that's in like a brown color, a tan color is the one that's in question. Right now in Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is up on Trump by about 200,000 votes, almost 200,000 votes, with only 8% in right now. So that's going to be an interesting thing. Pennsylvania is where it is. We're going to win or lose in Pennsylvania. And I'm really believing that a lot of people are going to show up on election day to vote in Pennsylvania. Ohio is trending towards Donald Trump. He's only up by 5,000 votes or so with 39%. So I think Trump is going to take Ohio. They already called Illinois for Trump. Where else we got? Michigan. It's pretty close, about 50,000 votes in Michigan with only 5% of the vote in. Wisconsin is another one that we're going to be paying attention to. Obviously, Wisconsin doesn't have results yet on this piece of paper, but Wisconsin is one that we think we can swing in our direction. So we think that Donald Trump can actually take Wisconsin. Let me say Wisconsin right. No results in Arkansas, no results in Louisiana, no results in Arizona yet. California, we know, is going to the Dems. No results in Nevada. So right now, we still got a lot of real estate, man. Sit back and relax. We're going to be in for a ride. So right now, at least, Donald Trump, for the first time, will be winning the popular vote so far. And then by midnight, when they finish counting all them illegals in California, Kamala Harris will be up. Let's look at some of the senatorial races. Let me see what we got in the Senate race. Right now, as far as reporting, it looks like Maryland. It's less than 1% of the vote. Larry Hogan. It looked like in Maryland is ahead, but it's less than 1% of the vote. It don't count. It looked like Rick Scott, Republican from Florida. They called it for him. 90% of the vote. 55% has gone to him. One thing I don't understand is how is Florida, as big a state as Florida, how in the flying flip is Florida 90% done with their ballots? They've gotten over 9 million people, 10 million people that have voted in Florida so far. They're 90% done. How is that? It looks like they're going to finish their vote tonight. And Donald Trump is up by 1.5 million. It looks like. Let me see. Now, what is he? 4, 5, 6, 7, 1.3 million, roughly. It looks like Democrat in Texas, 41% of the vote for Allred, which is the nut job in Texas that I don't think he has a chance of winning. But right now they're neck and neck, 22.3 million apiece. In Texas haven't had nowhere near all the counties counted. I mean, they're nowhere near counted. If you look at Texas, there's nothing there. I mean, the scary part is that these big counties like Fort Worth, Texas, Fort Worth, Dallas, Austin, Houston, they can get janky. Why you say that, Mr. Tatum? That's where all the Democrats live. Okay, that's where all the crazy Democrats live. So right now, let me see if I can click on Dallas, where Dallas is at. It don't look like I can click on that, but we shall see. You know what? I wonder can a young lady give me one of these on these apple juices? Yeah, with I want the. Yeah. With the secret Republican sauce in it. All right, what did he say? Super chats? You super chatted me, bro? How you gonna super chat me in my own house? Dustin said Kamala 2024. Yeah, right, bro. You'll be having fun outside. That's a lot of super chats that came in. Thank y'all all for the super chats. I appreciate it. Hey, just so you know, we got some sticks. Come in here, man. Don't get in the camera. My son over here looking like, I almost said LeBron James, but Lord, forgive me. How was your game?
It was good.
Y'all win?
Oh, yeah. It was.
Oh, yeah, like y'all.
It was a scrimmage. We played the sun curves.
Did you dunk?
I almost did, and then it bounced off the rim. Like, I'm like,
So you got hung. That's pretty much what happened. Huh?
pretty much.
How many points you score?
16.
16? That's good.
But I was open. I had to do. I didn't shoot any other three. This is my only 3 attempt. And I got it on the side. He inbounded it. No one was around me. Went up. I did a little like James Harden move. I said, got it. I said, swish. They called it travel.
They called it a travel?
Yeah, because so he inbounded it, and when he inbounded, I was running over like this. He caught it, and then I did this. I'm like, that's a gather step, right? Is that not?
It depends. It depends.
Gather step and shoot. You can only gather step.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so I went up, switched it, and then they called it back. And I went for a layup, and they called it. I don't know why they called that one, but.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm proud of you, man. Good job, man.
Thank you.
All right, did they call some more Arizona? We got thank you for the super chat. That was my son, Caden. Lord help us. He's taller than me now, and he's 14. First time New York voter. There was never a reason to vote in a state with the worst taxes and infested. Hold on, what does that say? Demolibtards. Been watching you for a long time, Officer Tatum. You should run for president. Man, I tell you what, one day I might pull up at the presidential race. So right now, Donald Trump is still ahead in the poly market. It looks like they may have called a few more states. Let's go back and look at the presidential election run. Donald Trump is up 51% of the vote. I don't think that's a real indication of anything at this point. Let's see. See if I can get the results in here. All right, look like they called something else for Trump. So Trump is sitting at 101, and Kamala Harris is sitting at 49. The one that went horizontal to go vertical in her career. I like just calling the alpha what it is, man. Can I call the alpha what it is? Can we stop playing games and call these people out for what they really are? So Florida's called for Trump. South Carolina's called for Trump. West Virginia's for Trump. Kentucky is for Trump. Indiana for Trump. Tennessee for Trump. Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Right now, Trump is still ahead by about 300,000 votes in Texas with 50% of the vote tally in. The reason they haven't called Texas because a bunch of counties are still waiting to cast their vote or get their votes counted. When you look at Dallas County, you look at, when I say not Dallas County, you look at Tarrant County, you look at Dallas, the city of Dallas. If you look at Austin, Texas, Houston, Texas, these are big metropolitan areas that are going to go Democrat. I don't know how Democrat they're going to go, but they're going to go pretty strong for the Democrats. Toast to everybody watching. This apple juice is so good. Never had apple juice that spicy. All right, so we looking good, man. You know, I just want you guys to be encouraged. My heart tells me that we gonna win this thing by a lot. I mean, he gonna win Wisconsin. He gonna go down and win. I mean, Iowa for sure. He's gonna win Ohio. He's gonna get Pennsylvania tonight. North Carolina, and that's going to be the end. I think he's going to have Georgia in the bag. Right now, Donald Trump is up in Georgia with 52% of the vote. He's up by about 300,000 votes. Now, let me say this. We all remember, right, the dark day in our country on Election Day in 2020 when Donald Trump was up in Georgia. Donald Trump was up by almost 1 million votes in Pennsylvania, and then we go to sleep and wake up, and somehow it didn't change. So that's the only reason that I'm feeling a little skeptical to a certain degree for some of this stuff, because I have PTSD for what happened in 2020. But when you look at the broad scheme of things, there are a lot of things that happened this time that didn't happen in 2020. Zucker boxes don't exist. Censorship on social media on Twitter don't exist because Elon Musk bought Twitter. Elon Musk endorsed Trump. The biggest podcaster in the world endorsed Trump, which is, I always forget his name, Joe Rogan. I don't know why I can't think of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan endorsed Trump. I mean, even Dana White. I mean, Dana White have always supported Trump, but Dana White came out and openly he opened for Donald Trump at the RNC, opened for him at one of his rallies at Madison Square Garden. I mean, so we got a bunch of things that have changed. Tulsi Gabbard is now a Republican. She's a registered Republican now. I thought it was weird that she went independent, registered Republican. RFK is now on Trump's side. Make America Healthy Again. I mean, you go down the list of all these people. Vivek Ramaswamy had a very strong appearance in the Republican race for president. Now he's supporting Trump. I mean, you go down a list of all these people that are coming out and supporting Trump and people that are not supporting Joe Biden and now not supporting Kamala Harris. Now, in my personal opinion, I think there's a difference between excitement and artificial excitement. There's a difference between people coming out to support a president because of their policy positions and people coming out and supporting the president because they're getting paid to do it. What's her name? Beyonce got paid. Somebody said she got paid $26 million to go to a rally to speak for 3 minutes. I could not confirm or deny. No, let me not say that. I'll ruin my whole career if I actually did that. But a thought would come in my mind for a split second. $26 million to get on stage and say something you don't believe. I don't know. Maybe you could flip that thing to $100 million. I wouldn't do it because, you know, I don't need to compromise my values to do that. I'll make that money at some point, especially if I'm staying true to myself. All right, let me go back to the YouTube, look at some of the super chats. Thank y'all for super chatting. Thank you for participating in the live chat. Let's see what we got here. And while we're on the topic, we're going to start a live show, and I just want to hear from you guys. If you give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, do you want to see B. Tatum do a live show, and we'll do it daily for about an hour and a half or so, live show. I just want to know your thoughts on it. We definitely are thinking about doing it. If I missed your super chat, I love you anyway. I apologize. It's just like a ton of them coming in, and I'm missing them. Let's see. I think I read Dustin's DM. Let's see. JMC, what's up? Thanks so much for the super chat. Bryce, can we get a W dad in the chat? I don't know. What is that?
A W dad in the chat?
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Am I slow? No. Bryce, am I slow?
I'm gonna be slow too. He's soaring in the poly market though. That's crazy.
I know, because people can get, they kind of feeling it. Natty, 5,000. My highs, am I reading that right? My highs, an agent. Okay. Worker hard, he might have to call him. I don't know. I can't read. I love you anyway. Let's see. Arturo Jr., thanks so much for super chat. Brother to brother. Tex-Mex, 20 years, Army retired. Thank you for all that you do and keeping me informed. God bless you, man. Thank you, and thank you for your service, my brother. Nick, get to work for once. Dustin said, Nick, get to work for once. Dustin trolling. How you gonna troll? How you at my house and you trolling me? That's the biggest troll. He trolling you. He was just right in front of you and super chatted you. Let's see. What just popped up on the screen? It's Poly Market. Oh, that must have just happened. I'm looking at it delayed. Let's see. The apple juice is spicy. I'm talking spicy. My husband faithfully watches Tatum and Owens 2028. You know what, man? I think if Candace Owens did run for president, she'll pick me as the VP. Maybe she won't. I'll be in the cabinet somewhere, right? Because you got to strategically pick your VP. You can't just pick the VP because it's somebody you like or your friend. You kind of got to be strategic about it, right? Two people that have never been in politics or have never been political, or when I say political, meaning that you've never run for office or anything before, probably isn't a good combination. Maybe wouldn't be. But I'll tell you what, let's get Trump across the board, because I think J.D. Vance can do 8 years after Trump. JD got the sauce. I'm just saying. Pause. Anyway, Jada, thanks so much for joining the Tatum Squad, and also thank you so much for joining, upgrading your membership with the Tatum Squad. I appreciate you guys joining the Tatum Squad, man. What you get is you get some emojis and stuff, and you know, be a part of the team, get your badges. Eventually, I think I'm gonna try to roll out some cool stuff for Tatum Plus. It's just I got too much going on. Let's see, Dusk, thanks so much for the super chat. If they call an early win for a state before votes, it shows someone else won. What happened to the election votes? Well, when they call a state too early, it's vote suppression. I mean, there's no if, ands, or buts about it, in my opinion. The reason that they typically call is because they understand what the outside votes are still available, like major counties. They know that there's only so many outstanding, and they can predict that if all of those outstanding votes go to one candidate, that person still wouldn't win. And so that's kind of why they do it. But, man, if they call it, who cares? Go and cast your vote. If you're in a state and you're sitting in line and they called it, who cares? It's not always the case. You know, maybe there's a couple votes that they missed, or maybe they have to do a recount. Your vote counts. So stay in line and finish the job. Let's see, Kenneth, thanks so much for the super chat. As a fellow black man, I can truly say this entire process has been eye-opening. The way Democrats gaslight our entire community should be extremely apparent. The fact that black men stepped up gives me hope for tomorrow. Amen. Luis, thanks so much for the super chat. Trump, FTW, first woman president should be Tussie. To be honest, for you to be a woman president, you got to be on your game. I think people like Tussie, women that have served this country and that have shown that they have leadership skills, I think are women that I think will make it to be the first president. Brandon played football at OU. I can't remember if you said it, but did your beliefs change in college or after? Mine did after. I got saved in college. My beliefs in in the political realm changed after college, after I stopped playing football and when I was a cop. And it wasn't even while I was a cop initially. Like, it was years into policing that I ended up waking up and becoming conservative. I can't even believe I was ever not conservative. It's kind of interesting. It shouldn't even be this close. So many people voting by heart and not common sense. First time voting Republican. Amen. Thank you. I can be getting a lot of that. Yeah, I don't know how people vote for these Democrats. I don't know how they do it. I mean, you got to be delusional to vote for Democrats at this point. I don't get it. And when you ask them why they vote for Democrat, they say the silliest stuff that you ever heard in your life. Well, because I believe in a woman right to choose. Go sit down somewhere. Bunny. Hey, Bunny, thanks so much for the super chat. Gave the hundo. Bunny, if you somehow in Phoenix, come to the house and join us. I call it our draft party, but it's an election party. Bunny loves you. Run for president. I tell you what, if I ever ran for president, Bunny would be my number one fan. I really believe it. She would support me morally. She would support me in every aspect. She'll get everybody out that she can to come and support me. So, Bunny, I love you, and I appreciate you. And you'll be the first one that I call if my wife ever let me run. Let's see. Go, Mr. Trump. I got my shirt yesterday. Oh, God bless you. Thank you so much. Why is Minnesota never a Republican state? Because, man, they brainwashed a bunch of these Somalians up there, refugees. I don't know, man. I don't know how every state ain't a Republican state. I don't know how every state ain't on the ballot, right? That they can flip-flop. I don't know how states just go blue and just never change. Well, maybe because all the people that are blue move to those states. YouTube is tripping. I wrote that my husband is a pro ball agent. Keep up the good work on this channel. We love watching. Thank you so much. God bless you, and God bless your husband as well. Let's see. All right, thank you guys for super chat. Let's get back to some news here. Let's see where we at now. Donald Trump is surging in the poly market. Let's see where he's at now. They got him at 71%. He went up 11 points in the poly market. It looks like they're pretty confident that he's going to win. Let me explain what you guys are seeing up on the screen. Poly market is a betting, election betting site. I don't think that people can actually vote in America on poly market. They got other markets that you can vote on. So this is out of the country voting, and they got him at 71%. What is it called?
Poly market's out of country. Kalshi is in.
Yeah, Kalshi is in state. Poly market is out of the country. But poly market was kind of rolling before Kalshi kind of came on the map. But right now, if you look at this election, they got $3.3 billion on poly market. $3.3 billion of people betting. That's why I feel very confident to a certain degree that as results are coming in, as people are hearing from other people and word on the street, that people are putting their money where their wisdom is. Because if you put 71% of people are saying Trump is going to win and then Kamala wins, people are going to lose their whole house. So I think people are very confident and putting their chips behind Donald Trump. You know, I'm not a person that gambles. I almost thought about doing it. I thought I was going to put probably 50 grand on Trump. And I probably would have made like $200,000 if I put 50 grand on Trump. But I'm just not I don't want to get into the realm of betting. I don't want to do it. It's like somebody telling you to smoke some crack. It's like, I see what it do to people, and I don't want to be a part of that. Can some people smoke crack and not be addicted? Yes, but I don't want to be addicted to gambling. Kalshi got him at 70. This is Kalshi right here, a Kalshi. I don't know how you say it. I went to public school. So it looked like they got him at 70%, and he's surging. He's surging on poly market, and he's also surging on Kalshi, which is to me is a decent indicator, right? These polls, they pay people to do these polls, right? I pay you $100,000, I pay you $500,000, and you're gonna say I'm up or down by 5 points, and then the confidence rating of these polls are like by 3 to 4 points anyway. So a person can give you 3-point grace and lie about it, and you probably 6 points down. They give you 3 points grace, and it's within 3-point confidence. So let me go to the election thing from Google. No new moves have been made. Texas right now have 52% of the vote, and Donald Trump is up by 500,000 votes. Y'all gonna make me start running up the street. When Donald Trump win, I'm gonna take all my clothes off and run up the street with my Trump flag in my hand. I'm just playing. I don't want to go to jail tonight, but that's what I want to do. I'm be streaking in my mind. All right. Looks like North Dakota has results in. Only 2% of the vote. Obviously, Donald Trump is up in North Dakota. These are givens. I don't even know if I'm even going to talk about California, Oregon, or Washington. They all going to Democrats. In North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, it's all going to go to Trump. So we can almost bet that. Let's see if there's any updates anywhere else. 92% of the vote in Florida. Donald Trump is up by well over 1 million votes. He's up by like 1.3 million votes in Florida, which should be a pretty good indication. Donald Trump in South Carolina right now, they called it for him, but 50% of the vote, Donald Trump is up by about 300,000 votes in South Carolina. North Carolina, which is a big thing for Trump. We got to win North Carolina. Donald Trump is up 53% of the vote with 24% of the vote reported. So Donald Trump is up by a little over right around 100,000 votes. It may be a little less than 100,000, but he's right around 100,000 votes in North Carolina. In Virginia, Donald Trump is up with 43% of the vote. He's only up by about 15,000 votes. Pennsylvania is what we want to see. Only 13% of the votes that are in. Donald Trump is down in Pennsylvania right now by about 400,000 votes. But as we go and zoom into Pennsylvania, you guys can't see it on your computer. I'm looking at it on my computer. When you zoom into Pennsylvania, we got a lot of outstanding counties. Philadelphia is kind of, all Philadelphians are coming in. Places in Pittsburgh coming in, Erie. Hold on, is Erie in Pennsylvania? Yeah, it look like Pennsylvania right here in the corner. So Erie is coming in, and these are majority blue. The entire middle of the country, middle of the state hadn't reported yet. So that's a lot of Trump votes outstanding as we speak. And so I'm very confident that Donald Trump is going to do well, and it's too early to determine. Right now they got Donald Trump 101 to Harris's 71. Let's look at some of these Senate races and see where people are at in the Senate. Ted Cruz is now up in the Senate race in Texas. They're right around 50-50. It's 47%. Ted Cruz has gone up about 200,000 votes. So Ted Cruz has gone up about 200,000 votes over Colin Allred. Let's see. What else is going on in the Senate? We got Rick Scott that's winning. Larry Hogan it's got 71% of the vote in Maryland, but it's only 1% of the vote outstanding. Yeah, I need some more food. Can you just fill my plate up with some sausage and stuff?
You want like meatballs and stuff?
Yeah. I want a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Huh? Want a plate?
Oh, yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Let's see, Pennsylvania. Let's go down and look at some of these Senate races because, man, this is a good opportunity for Republicans to flip these. Right now, let's look at Michigan. Elisa from Michigan. Let's see who she's running against. Mike Rogers. They're pretty tight right now. She's only up about 60,000 votes with only. Let's see what percent of the vote in. It's a very small percentage, like 10% of the vote or something. So hopefully Mike Rogers can pull this thing out, man. I think she's an incumbent. How do I figure out if she's an incumbent or not? She leads Michigan right now, 8% of the vote in. I'm gonna click on her profile. I think she's an incumbent. While we wait on some more results to go through, I'm just gonna try to answer a couple super chats. Let's see who I missed. If I missed you, God bless you. It charges to my head, not my heart, okay? Let's see, I got bunnies. Let's see who I got. Let's see, Joseph, thanks so much for the gift. Joseph is a Tatum Squad member. Justin, first-time voter, first-time Trump. Convinced my black wife, I'm white, to do the same after years of her being Democrat and voted for Biden last time. Your videos were part of her education. Thank you. Oh man, that make me so happy, man. It makes me realize that all of this is worth it. When you see people that listen to you and they at least glean something from what you say. Going to Sam's Club with voting for the felon shirt on. Let's get it, Jeremy. Appreciate you, brother. And if y'all want some merch, down here on the thing, we 30% off. Win 30, get 30% off anything store-wide. So while y'all watching, if you want to go get some merch, it's the time to do it. Mom always voted Democrat, but she, internet went down. My internet went down. Is that still working?
We're still alive.
All right, good. My internet kind of went down for a second there.
Thanks for your service.
Hurry up, boy.
Sorry, son. Don't get the whip in. I'll look at you for it.
I was probably working.
He called me master. All right. Times have changed, man. The white man has called me master. I'm playing, man. Y'all know, if y'all know anything, my homeboy Dustin served in the military. This is how we act, man. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I missed a few super chats. I know I did.
And you said boy was in 20.
Somebody said my mom always voted Democrat, but she says she's voting Trump. I want to raise my hand and say my mama voted Trump. Shout out to my mama, Brentera. I ain't gonna tell you her real name, but shout out to my mama. She voted Trump. Now, I didn't even ask my daddy yet. He may not want me to tell his business on the super chats, but I really wonder what my dad did this time, because I know what he did last time. And I tell, every time I see him, I say, how you like that? How's it going? Now, my daddy know, because I know my daddy. I'm like my daddy. Thank you. Thank you, white man. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. See, I knew y'all were always great. Always great. White man.
You can say Mr. Obama.
Thank you, Mr. White Man. People gonna think I'm crazy, man. This is how I talk with my buddies. So I know how my daddy voted last time. I know my daddy. Like, look, I know my daddy want to vote for Trump. I'm saying that in front of the world. I know my daddy want to vote for Trump. Now, what he do in the booth, I don't know. Now, thank God he live in Texas, because if he voted any other way than Trump, it don't matter. It don't matter. Because they going Republican anyway, baby. But I know a lot of my cousins. I know at least one of my uncles vote for Trump. All my young cousins that I talk to on the social media vote for Trump. One of my cousins, shout out to my cousin, you know who you are. We were talking on LinkedIn, and she said, hey, just so you know, this side of your family got some MAGA supporters out here doing the work. So T, I got you. I was watching. I was listening. So these are people that I don't think voted last time and didn't vote for Trump last time. So it gives me a lot of courage or encouragement that things will get. Daniel Brooks, thanks so much for the super chat. Let's hope that betting odds hold true, because I just learned that the betting odds are more accurate than polls. There have only been 2 incorrect in history. Smells like good news. Well, look, man, when you put $3 billion on something, you mean look how the betting world, look how Vegas do the spread in football. They pretty much accurately almost predict the spread, the parlays. I mean, people normally put their money where they think they're gonna win at. It could be wrong, but with all that we know and Donald Trump's previous success, I think it's pretty accurate to say that we kind of close to it. Trump has to win. I need some sleep. God bless you, your family, Brandon. Nick, get to work. Haha. Love, Mom. Grateful to watch this way. W, y'all.
Is that my mom?
Christy.
Yeah, that's my mom.
That's your mama? Hey, mama. Hey, mama. I didn't even look at the name. Yeah, Nick, you better get to work. Your mama watching you. I'm gonna snitch on you if you ain't over there working. But love you, mama. Thank you for letting me take care of Nick and for allowing me to have him to help me with these videos, because I don't know what I'd do without him. I'll be homeless. You better not cry, Nick. I'm gonna put the camera on Nick real quick. Mama, don't let him cry on the TV. All right. I'm gonna get up and turn it. Let's see. My 2 kids are old enough to vote now, and both voted for Trump. Proud Papa. Mike, God bless you. And thank all y'all for the super chats. All right, let's see what we're looking at. Donald Trump is still surging in the poly market. He's now up 73%. It's looking pretty good. I mean, this thing look like, go to the other screen where it's the little swivels like this. This thing remind me of when I lost a lot of money on Robinhood. I almost get PTSD looking at these little dots and these things. Everybody that been on Robinhood know what that look like. You know how how it surge? Oh my God, I lost so much money with this. That thing, like, just so y'all know, when that thing was at the bottom before it surged, you know how it's going up and it's got the little dot on the top? I used to put money in right there. I was day trading, which I would recommend that nobody ever do. It's gambling. I put the money in right there, and I was playing a lot of money. I'm not going to even tell y'all. Y'all be ashamed of me. But I was buying like 1,000 shares at a time, and when they go up $1, I make $1,000. And they go up $3, I make $1,000. When they go down 10, I lost $10,000. And I hope my wife ain't watching this. So I get a little PTSD when I see that thing going up and it blink, because that's all I was doing. And I was the Republican. I put the money in when I was a Republican, and then when it was volatile, it would freeze. The market would freeze, and they wouldn't let you trade. And then my account looked like the blue one when it was going down. So word to the wise, y'all, don't be day trading, bro. I wouldn't do it again. I lost all that money. Let's see. Let's look at where we're at so far. Let's see. Results. I don't know why this thing just can't go back. All right, I got Donald Trump at 103 and Kamala Harris at 71. It looks like they're steady calling different states for Kamala Harris. They called New Jersey, which I thought Trump could win New Jersey, to be honest. It ain't over yet. 37% of the vote. They call it for Harris, but I don't know, man. I think some people may sweep through and get New Jersey. I think Trump should win New Jersey. He's not going to win New York, but he can win New Jersey. All right, let's give some quick updates. Donald Trump in Texas, 55. Oh, they think they called something else. They called something else for Trump. I think they called Louisiana. 0% of the vote, and they call Louisiana for Trump. I mean, maybe something ain't right on here. Let's see. They called New York for Kamala Harris with 0% of the vote. I don't know. Maybe it just hadn't updated yet. But they called Kamala Harris New York, which I'm not shocked. I think she'll win New York. But I think Trump can win New Jersey. New Jersey, where y'all at, bro? How y'all gonna let two-tone knee pad Harris win in New Jersey? But so far, we got Trump at 120, Kamala Harris at 99. Let's get some updates, and we got some results that came in Texas. 55% of the vote is in. Trump is still up by 600,000 votes. Trump is up by 600,000 votes in Texas. Let's see what else. Georgia, 65% of the vote in Georgia, and Donald Trump is up by 200,000 votes. We'll get to that in a second. Donald Trump whooping them in Florida. North Carolina, 37% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is up. Donald Trump is winning by about 100,000 votes in North Carolina. Virginia, 48% of the vote. Donald Trump is up by about 30,000 votes in Virginia. Pennsylvania, 16% of the vote. Kamala Harris is up by a long shot. I think she's up by about 300,000 to 400,000 votes right now. But like I said, there's a lot of counties outstanding. Majority of Pennsylvania, mostly that would traditionally go with Republican, has not been counted yet. Ohio, Donald Trump has got a healthy lead in Ohio by about 200,000 votes. Let's go over to New Mexico. Nothing is in New Mexico. They both are equal at 600 votes. Dustin just said Kamala won Ukraine. She probably won Iran as well.
We're probably gonna try to make that a state.
Yeah, they're gonna make it a state so they can get some delegates. How many delegates did we get in Ukraine? That's the real question.
260.
Yeah, she won Gaza too, but I don't think they're gonna be able to finish that vote.
Every $100 billion equals an electoral vote.
Let's see, Michigan, right now only 9% of the vote. Donald Trump and Kamala is neck and neck in Michigan right now. So it's not enough to really give a second look at. Obviously they called, at least on this Google thing, they've called North Dakota, South Dakota. They've called Nebraska. They called Wyoming for Donald Trump. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, and also Indiana went to Donald Trump, West Virginia as well. So right now we got a few things outstanding. Pennsylvania is going to be the key. And I really wonder. Go to the Polymark, what they say about Pennsylvania, Nick, if you can. The Polymarket, the prediction of Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania. And that's why I think this is incredible. Look at that, Jim. They got $3.9 billion. Is that $3.9 billion or $3.3 billion? It's right underneath where it said presidential election winner. It's a dollar amount.
Oh, 3.39.
$3.39 billion in this election gambling, which is very interesting. Donald Trump is still trending in the right direction as far as Polymarket. Now we shall see if Polymarket had any real indication of success by Donald Trump. Thank you guys for the super chats. A lot of you guys super chat. If I miss your super chat, like I said, charges to my head, not my heart. I love you anyway. Let's see, Gibson. You gave me another super chat. Gibson, you are a great man and a great example. Keep up the great work, Brandon, our brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Somebody's super chat got restricted, which I don't know what. Waltz wants some sausages too. My God. I shouldn't even read that, but it's true. Okay, let's see who else gave a super chat. Let's see, Nola. Thank you so much for covering this tonight. Voted for Trump for the first time because F. Hillary. Drank the Kool-Aid on Biden last time and regretted it every day. Promised myself to truly educate myself. This time, black sailors for Trump. Amen and amen. I'm getting a lot of those comments. A lot of people are super chatting and saying it's the first time that they voted. I've got more of this first time voting than I've ever seen doing any election coverage, even in the midterms. Let's see, Amber Glow, thanks so much for the super chat. Just asking, have you heard of anything like Trump winning, but Biden don't finish and elect Kamala to be 47? Or is that a rumor? Okay, let me read that again. Y'all got to remember I went to public school, okay? Have you heard of anything like Trump wins, but Biden don't finish and elect? So I guess what you're saying is that Trump wins, right? He wins tonight or wins tomorrow or whatever. But Biden, obviously, there's a transition of power, so it's not until January something that they actually transition power. So you're saying that Trump wins tonight, Biden quits, I guess. Did you say he quit, dies? I don't know, whatever you do. And transition to a woman. He'd be the first female president. And then they put in Kamala Harris. I mean, even if they do that, it really means absolutely nothing because the winner is the winner. Thank y'all for the super chats. If I missed you, I love you anyway. Pennsylvania, let's see, Avenue 77. Pennsylvania is really making me nervous because that's the main state of all the states because Pittsburgh and Philly carry the most population in the state and it's still blue. That is very true. Pennsylvania does make me nervous as well.
She's got 300,000 votes.
And which she said she's up 300,000, but the turnout wasn't what it was. And we shall see because I think a lot of the Trump supporters are going to show up. It does. Let me just say this, just to give it you guys peace. There ain't no effing way that she's going to be beating Donald Trump by this much, right? So we know that this is not the conclusion or the totality of the votes that are counted. Right now, it looks like these big counties like Philly and all these are coming in, but we still got a lot of the state left. It's only 18% of the vote that's in right now in Pennsylvania. So we got a long way to go. And we saw Donald Trump get a tremendous surge in Pennsylvania, and he was up by almost a million votes by the end of the election. I think the way they count in Pennsylvania, I think it's going to allow for Donald Trump by the end of the night to really get some good results in here. Colorado's numbers are in. Obviously, Kamala Harris is ahead with 5% of the vote. Let's see.
Kalshi's got Pennsylvania 57%, 43.
You said which what?
On Kalshi, the betting.
Oh, they bet that she wins Pennsylvania.
No, Trump wins Pennsylvania 57 to 43.
57.
Yeah, the middle.
Hey Nick, go to Pennsylvania. This is Pennsylvania Kalshi right here. Okay.
That's Polymark.
This Polymarket still got 57. It's you could tell that it's close because Polymark is even close. They don't have it. You know, he's blowing them away in the election with 71%. They got him at 73.
It's because the middle's still wide open, and that's going to be awesome.
That's a lot. I don't know if we can go and click on that, Nick. I don't know if it'll show, but I mean, most of the 90. Look, it's only 18% of the vote, and these are these heavily Democrat counties that they're counting right now. Majority of Pennsylvania is completely open right now. They haven't brought anything in. Let's look at some of these other races. It looked like some Republicans are making some moves here in Texas and Ohio, a little bit of New England. Oh, I said New England. What is this? Nebraska. I said New England. Lord help me. And Nebraska looked like they're making some moves. Let's see. Republican Deb Fisher. Dan Osborne, which is an independent, is now winning in Nebraska so far. Let me go back. Hold on, y'all. Hold the phone. What you need, Nick? You good?
Yeah.
It's so.
I wish I could zoom in on that.
The visual. So. All right, they called something else for Donald Trump. It looks like because he's at 137. What did they call for Donald Trump to get him to 137? I'm not sure yet. Okay, let's go down to some of these senators. Rick Scott obviously have it in the bag so far with less than 1% of the vote. Larry Hogan from Maryland, which I don't know if that's a good chance. He's let's see who got some significant votes. Let's go to Ted Cruz in Texas. Ted Cruz in Texas with 57% of the vote. He's up, which I'm not shocked. Ted Cruz should win this thing by a long shot. Ted Cruz is up by about 300,000 votes, and they have 57% of the vote in. It looks like they're filling in. If these counties are filling in, it looks like Austin is filling in pretty much. But right now I don't have enough information to show you guys exactly where we're at. Nick, could you put a feed on from like Fox?
Yeah, I got that.
Just put that live feed on, maybe. Yeah, we can
In
see.
the House, Republicans on Kalshi are now leading.
As far as the predictions,
Yeah, prediction to win the House.
like,
Do you know what they're saying with their live count feed?
I want to play. If you can mute them, but just play the B-roll,
Got it.
and then if something pop up, maybe we can put the sound in there so we can see it. But yeah, they got Trump right now at 178 and Kamala at 113, which I don't think is. The Google one was more accurate last year when I looked at it, when I was watching the election. The Google search was pretty accurate. And so right now, Google search has a different look. Let me see. What's that? Is that this?
That's water.
That's water? Oh, man, I don't want no water, man. Oh, that water good.
That's white folk water.
White folk water, it got some lemons in it. Bro, why you put a watermelon in it, bro?
The chicken didn't fit.
Yeah, he gonna make me choke. Y'all, I promise that he not a racist. I promise. Nick say, Nick, your mama watching. You better watch what you say.
The problem is you gotta add 54 for California.
Yeah, you said what? 54?
Yeah, off the top, because they haven't voted California.
Yeah, it's still a lot outstanding. You know, Google haven't called a lot of stuff. I mean, they still got Donald Trump at 137, Kamala at 99. Like I said, Ted Cruz is looking good. Look like he's going to be reelected. In Wisconsin, they have a Republican, but it's less than 1% of the vote. That doesn't matter. Pennsylvania has obviously a Democrat, that's leading right now with only 19% of vote, but it has a significant lead. So we'll see when some of these Republican counties come in. One in Ohio, Bernie Moreno in Ohio is winning right now, but I can't. Oh yeah, he's winning over an incumbent. Sherrod Brown. Let's see. Yeah, Sherrod Brown is an incumbent and is losing right now in Pennsylvania or in Ohio to a Republican, Bernie Moreno. Bernie is up by about 100,000 votes. So that could be a possibility that we could flip that seat, which is a Senate seat. That'd be interesting if we could flip the Senate. If we come in with Donald Trump winning the presidency, we win over the House and Senate, this time it's over, right? We don't have the rhinos in place that literally cried themselves to sleep as Donald Trump tried to lead the country to a better place. And so I'm hoping that we get all three of those. And one thing that I think people are forgetting about is that you don't just get Donald Trump. This is one thing that I can see why Donald Trump should be kicking their butts, because you don't just get Donald Trump. You get Trump, you get Vivek and his wisdom, you get Elon Musk, you get Tulsi Gabbard, you get RFK Jr. I mean, you're getting a lot of different people that cover a large span of what America wants. You know, and it's crazy that I see that the Democrats, oh, this is CNN. It's funny that the Democrats are not talking about healthy living and healthy eating. And RFK Jr. is saying, make America healthy again, getting rid of seed oil and all this old crazy stuff that's killing us. And I'm surprised that the green people, the Green New Deal people aren't focused on it. It's funny because they reject that, and they also reject Elon Musk now, which is pretty interesting. So it looks like CNN, if you could look at on the screen here, CNN has Donald Trump at 154 and Kamala Harris at 30. Now, I don't know how they got to 154.
Texas got called.
They called Texas. That's what they did. That's right, because he went up by a lot. But don't get it twisted, y'all. They like to play these games with you. That's why I don't really like CNN as much. They all call the same stuff, to be quite honest. But they like to play these games with you. They like for Trump supporters to feel like that you're winning big. People stop showing up at the poll. People get complacent and don't finish the job. And then they show you up big, and then when you go to sleep, you wake up and Kamala Harris got 300 delegates. So we got to be cautious about that. Let's see. Results. Let's see, did they call Texas on the... Yeah, they did. They actually called Texas on the Google search, too.
They said it was in play, too, which is funny.
That's interesting that they still got Kamala at 30. CNN got Kamala at 30 delegates. Donald Trump is at 177 on Google. They got him at 154. On the Google, they got her at 99 and him at 177. So let's go and check and see where Texas is at. They already called Texas, but just so you know, Donald Trump is up by, let's see. Oh, now it went up. He's up by 700,000 votes in Texas. Donald Trump is up by 700,000 votes in Texas. New Mexico, Donald Trump is up, but it's only 2% of the vote. Georgia, 70% of the vote in Georgia, and Donald Trump is up by about 200,000 votes. So that's looking good for Trump. North Carolina, 42% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is barely up by a little bit over 100,000 votes right now, with about 42% in. Virginia, 51% of the vote in. Donald Trump is up by a little less than 100,000 votes. So he's not bad. Pennsylvania, 20%. Kamala Harris is still up. Donald Trump is down by about 300,000 votes. All right, let's go. We can go to Maine. It's only 1% of the vote. I ain't gonna waste my time talking about Maine. We go up to Minnesota. 1% of the vote. Donald Trump is up. 1,000 people have voted already. I mean, they've counted 1,000, so it doesn't matter. Wisconsin is one that that can still be in play for Republicans. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead, only 2% of the vote. In Michigan, Donald Trump is behind by a little less than, let's see, he's behind by probably 40,000 votes in Michigan with only 10% in. So we still got a long night, man. It's a lot going on. I can't wait to see Arizona results that are coming in, expected around 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, which I don't even know what that is. What are we on? Are we on Mountain Standard Time?
Yeah.
So 8 p.m. our time. So in about an hour, in about 50 minutes, Arizona should come in with some results. So we shall see. It looks like Colorado, 16% of the vote. Kamala Harris is up by a pretty large margin, or a pretty reasonable margin. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, the thing that's most important,
Trump's at 195.
Yeah, Trump's at 195.
He won Ohio.
they called Ohio. They called it right here. I'm skeptical. So y'all don't get too excited, because they love to play this game with you, make you feel good, and then they get you in the middle of the night, if you know what I'm saying. They wait till you sleep and they break in your house and get you. You'd never see it coming, all right?
It happened before.
It happened last year. We got PTSD from 2020, man. I mean, God, dog. But they got Donald Trump right now, at least in some, they called Ohio for Donald Trump. They must have called something else, because 195, he's at 177, and they call Ohio for him on this sheet. What did they call for him?
I know Fox News had it at 195.
They called South Carolina for him. They called Kansas. That's the one. No. Yeah, they called Kansas. Okay. They called Kansas on here. On this one is still 40% of the vote. He's up by only 20,000 votes. I mean, he's down by 20,000 votes in Kansas, and they called it on what we're looking at right here, but they haven't called it on Google. Or at least, hold on, let me refresh this thing. So let me get to some of you guys' super chats real quick. Oh man, y'all super chat me to death, man. I appreciate it, and if I miss you, I apologize. I love you anyway. Okay. All right, let me get down to some of these other super chats. Let me see. Maddie, thanks so much for the super chat. I can't wait to hear the ridiculousness that The View has to say when Trump wins. Let me tell y'all something. I think after marriage and both of my kids, that's the thing I'm most looking forward to, is looking at The View. It may be competitive. I don't know. My excitement may be just as exciting. I want to see them cry and scream and pass out, fall out the chair, bump their head on the ground after Donald Trump wins. I want everybody who called him Hitler and all this sort of stuff to pay the price. I want to see it. I literally want to see them crumble and fall. But we shall see. Let's see where we're at here. Thank y'all for the super chats. I appreciate you. If you guys want to get some merch, I'm obviously not wearing my merch right here. This is my guy, Brandon. Actually, his name is Brandon. I forget his website name. It's like Savage something. Look it up for me, Nick, so I can get it. This is his T-shirt. I like the T-shirt so much, I said, man, I got to wear it. This T-shirt fly. And I obviously got my Trump hat on that Trump actually signed, which people ask me in person, they're like, did he sign that? I'm like, yeah, he did.
B-Money.
B-Money. I got to figure out what B-Money website. Nick, if you could, I don't know if you're in the chat. If you Slack it to me, I could put it in the chat. If you guys want to support B-Money, he literally directs and leads, and he stepped up. I think he won Employee of the Quarter. He at least won Employee of the Quarter once. He almost won it again. So he's one of the best people that we got. He literally runs it downstairs, stepped up. I'm very proud of him. And so I want y'all to support him. Go get you some of these shirts. We'll put his link in the description section. Dustin Dustin said, you love Whoopi, don't lie. She's probably the person that I least like out of all of them. No, man, I think that, which one I don't like the most? Sunny Hostin is they're all competitive. Them hamburger. They all terrible. Even the Republican girl. What's her name? I call her a wasted face. These people are not Republicans.
She cried out she voted Democrat for the first time in her life today.
She's a dummy. She is a straight dummy.
I get that clip actually.
The cutest one on there.
Kane's daughter. Oh.
No, not McKay's daughter. No.
Oh, really?
No, not her. It's another girl. She worked in the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Dumbest girl on the View.
Nanny?
Huh? Yeah. I don't think he even want her to be the nanny. But anyway, she's dumb as a bag of rocks, man. And they got her on there and the Mexican girl on there that claim they're Republicans, and they're nowhere near Republicans. All right, let's see where we're at. Any updates on here? Poly Market. Let's see where the Poly Market is at. Like I said, you guys can't vote in the Poly Market. You can vote. Not vote, but you can't put money and contribute into the Poly Market. It's at $3.4 billion right now, and they got Trump at 73%. He's still trending in the right direction against Kamala Harris. I want y'all to, let's put this in perspective real quick. We are only stressing about this because we know what they did in 2020. I'm just saying. That's her Jen, right there. We only stress about this because we know what they did in 2020. In all actuality, this ain't even close. This ain't even close. Look, first of all, she was the worst presidential candidate when she ran for president. She literally didn't make. Tulsi Gabbard knocked her off the presidential stage. She didn't get the last debate. Got 0 delegates. She was an affirmative action hire to be vice president. She wasn't competitive. It's not like she did the work. It's not like she was incredibly intelligent. She was incredibly favored. He just put her in there because he said he's going to put a black woman in there. And then she was terrible. She had the worst approval rating out of any vice president in United States history. So when you put all that together, that woman got on TV, and y'all know I ain't lying, said, Joe Biden he's the best I've ever seen. He's doing great. He's healthy. He's strong. Donald Trump is the one that have cognitive problems and all this other crazy stuff. And then he get in a debate and died. He died in the debate. He died in front of us. Literally died. And then I don't think, let me tell you this. I don't think that Joe Biden actually dropped out. I think they told him he dropped out. He went and got COVID somewhere, and they said, Mr. Biden, just so you know, you dropped out yesterday. I think that's what they told him. That's got to be what they told him. He don't seem too happy about it. He's not even campaigning with Kamala Harris. He's not on the campaign stop. Now, probably because he can't, but he's not really gunning for her like he normally is. He's doing press conferences at the same time she's doing press conferences. He's saying stuff off the wall, put a Trump hat on. He's doing all kind of crazy stuff. And it ain't close. If the woman had an actual explanation for what she's going to do for America in any of these interviews, we'll be talking about a different story. She literally have nothing to say. What are you going to do to make this country greater? What about what people say that, you know, you've been in office all this time and why haven't you done it already? She literally have no explanation. She can't even make one up. They can't even script her one. There's no way that this is even close. And we got PTSD from last time, but it shouldn't even be close. We got a literal dream team of people behind Donald Trump. The man had a great economy before. These knuckleheads had a chance of 4 years to do something and they did nothing. And Kamala Harris's whole claim to fame is that when I'm in power, I'm going to wave this magic wand and do all this stuff. But while she's there now, she didn't even propose it to Joe Biden, at least according to her. It shouldn't even be close. And I think we all get that. But propaganda machine, hundreds of millions of dollars that they pump into the elections. They literally pay people to endorse them, all the Avengers. And it tells you that it's the people versus the establishment. The people are coming out to support Donald Trump. The establishment is what's behind Kamala Harris. She has to pay Nicki Minaj, not Nicki Minaj, what's that other one? Cardi B. Cardi B so bad and nasty. I don't know how they put her up there. They put Megan Thee Stallion up there, she nasty. They put the other girl up there. I kind of like her interview that she did on Shay Shay, but she nasty. And this is the example of black people that they trying to show to the world. They don't put no educated black people up there to give an articulated statement or endorsement. They put only entertainers up there and athletes. So all you black people out there, this is what the Democrats think of you. If you're not an athlete or entertainer, you have no value to them. You got to be Beyonce. You got to be some of these other people. And these people are out of touch with reality. When they tell you how high gas prices are, you should laugh at them because they flew on that jet fuel over to her rally on a private jet. They are not concerned about gas prices, and they just lie to you over it. All right, let's go to Texas. 60% of the vote, Donald Trump is up by a lot. Donald Trump is literally up by 800,000 votes in Texas so far, which I think the margins are greater this time than it was last time in Texas, because it was kind of close a little bit. Donald Trump is running away in Texas. Florida, he's up, which they already called it, but he's up by 500,000 votes. Let's see. No, hold on. He's up by more than that. He's up by 1.5 million. Pennsylvania?
Are you worried about Pennsylvania?
No, I'm not worried about Pennsylvania. Right now,
12.
she's up. It's 25% of the vote in. She's up by 12 points. He's down by the gap is closing, because right now he's down by probably 180,000 votes. He was down by 400,000 votes a minute ago. So if you go and look at Pennsylvania, we got a whole bunch of red states that are still outstanding.
B-Money's website is Whole Lotta Savage.
Whole lot of savage. Nick, can you put that in the chat or no?
Yeah, I'll try to do it.
Whole lot of savage. If y'all want this shirt, go to Whole Lot of Savage, get it. And I know the quality is good because we print it. Actually, he printed at our headquarters. So B-Money is a jack of all trades. This thing is not showing up, Jim, like it normally does, where it's filling in these counties. I mean, you know how they normally show which counties are, like what percentage of the counties? So right now we don't have an indication of what percentage of the counties in Pennsylvania are called, or how many votes are in. But I'm telling you right here, my prediction is that as the vote count continues to go on, as the night continues to go on, Donald Trump is going to surge. He's going to catch her. He was at 300,000. He's going to go to 200,000. He's going to go to 100,000. It's going to go to 60,000 votes, then 20,000 votes, and then Donald Trump is going to jump to 100,000 lead, 400,000 lead, and Donald Trump is going to go into the night with a healthy victory. I cannot imagine at how well Donald Trump did in 2020 that he's not going to do just as well in Pennsylvania this time. So I'm encouraged that Donald Trump is probably going to do really well. It's still very early, and Jim, that's why they haven't called Pennsylvania, because they know that there's a lot of outstanding votes there. They got Trump at 154. On Google, they have him at 178. Let's see. In Virginia, Donald Trump is winning with 55% of the vote. He's up by a little less than 100,000 votes. North Carolina, which is a big one, it's neck and neck. 53% of the vote. Donald Trump is only up by 100,000 votes. Again, I can't see, how much they're up. Are they covering anything? Are they talking? Or are they just? It's just B-rolling.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would you like to see?
I'm trying to see if Fox got something, and we can play some of that in the background.
Yeah, Fox just has that count also.
They do. They're not talking anything.
Yeah, they're not talking.
Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do what they're doing. Georgia, 75% of the vote in. Donald Trump is up in Georgia by 200,000 votes. So if I was a betting man, which a lot of people are betting on Polymarket, they got Donald Trump winning Georgia and North Carolina. Donald Trump is literally going to sweep Virginia. He's going to sweep all the southern states. Every single state in the South, Donald Trump is going to win. It looked like he could get Wisconsin. Right now, 10% of the vote, Donald Trump is up in Wisconsin by a small margin. Minnesota, Donald Trump is up, but it's only 1% of the vote. Let's see. I wish that Donald Trump could get New Mexico, but I guess they crazy up there.
Yeah, that's never happened.
Never happening. It should.
This is a cool screen.
Let's see, y'all. I gotta take a little break to eat.
Click on Pennsylvania. And then you scroll down.
Hey Nick, give me a little break. I'm gonna eat real quick.
Okay,
Y'all, everybody, I'll be right back. I'm just gotta eat it just a little bit, and I'm gonna come right back. Y'all hold the phone.
Brandon, this is a cool map. To your point.
Nick, I think we should just. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Had to take a little break. I got a bunch of people at the house, a bunch of friends here about to celebrate this victory. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself, man, but I really do feel incredibly confident that Donald Trump is going to pull this away. I'm going to play in the background a little bit of what Fox News is covering so you guys can kind of get a glimpse while I'm saying some of the things that I'm saying, because I don't have access to get down nitty gritty with the integrated maps, but you can kind of see what he's saying while I'm talking. But we're going to go and see Poly Market has still got Trump trending in the right direction. I think Donald Trump is now at 88% victory on Poly Market, which is $3.4 billion of people investing their money into this conversation. If we go back, we have Donald Trump at 198, according to my poll. Fox, I think, has Trump at 205. They called Utah. We got Arizona results coming in with 38% of the vote. Donald Trump is up in Arizona by about 20,000 votes. So it's still only 38% of the vote, but Donald Trump is up in Arizona. Donald Trump is up in New Mexico with 22% of the vote. They haven't called New Mexico yet, but it's leaning towards Donald Trump. Donald Trump is up in Oregon with 1% of the vote, which I think don't matter, all right? Kansas, they're going to call Candace. They're going to call Kansas for Donald Trump probably here in a minute, because Trump, with 57% of the vote, Trump is up by about 40 or 50,000 votes in Kansas. So it looks like Trump is winning almost every state in the union. He's up in every state in the union. I mean, look at it. And Donald Trump is up in Michigan, 42% of the vote. Donald Trump is up by 30,000 votes in Michigan. In Minnesota, Donald Trump is up in Minnesota. It's only 2% of the vote, so I'm not going to get too excited. Iowa, 34% of the vote. Donald Trump is up in Iowa about 20,000, 30,000 votes. So Donald Trump is performing well. Utah, they called it for Donald Trump. In Georgia, we got to go look back at Georgia. I think that Fox News is talking about Georgia. Can we run into Fox News real quick? While we're getting that ready, I want to see, Nick, if you can turn the volume of the TV up so I can hear what he's saying.
The African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Yeah.
You guys are the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south. Now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team is going to take that.
Hey there, I'm Andrew, owner of Buy Your Land for Cash.
Just go ahead and mute him. I'm going to talk about what the gentleman from Fox is saying. These are the trends that we're noticing that I think is indicative of Donald Trump's success. Is when you see in certain counties, Donald Trump is overperforming by 7 points over what he did the year, the election before. This couples with what we feel, right? We feel like Trump is, people are sick of these Democrats. And that's what the way we feel. And that feeling is translated into how he's overperforming this year. We're going to go back to Fox News because they're talking about Virginia, and I think it's important. Let's see. Let me know when the audio is on.
Up about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign. And maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I want to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County in Jacksonville, okay?
But we're going to continue. I can give the coverage. We just watched that in the background if you're somehow tuning in. But I want to say, first of all, I appreciate you guys for joining the live stream. This is the first time we've ever live streamed at least I think it's the first time we ever live streamed a presidential election. And so we're working this from my house. I got a bunch of people at my house. We're trying to have a good time and also cover this political event here. So just stay tuned. We're going to cover this thing. I think Donald Trump is doing incredibly well, and I don't believe in the luck and jinx and all that stuff. That stuff don't count. Like, I believe in Jesus Christ, okay? What's going to happen is going to happen. I'm just giving you the trends that are coming out here. I don't need to knock on no wood. I don't need to do none of that. What's going to happen is going to happen, all right? I want everybody that's listening to me to understand that Christ is still on the throne. So no matter what the results is, Christ's still on the throne. And you got to be okay with it. Now, I'm happy because I think that Donald Trump is kicking butt in this particular election, like he should, though. Let's put this back in perspective real quick before we get into some more of the coverage of the election. Donald Trump should be spanking her the way he is. She's a terrible candidate. She's terrible. She's trash. She was affirmative action hire. She never deserved to be in that position in the first place. She literally laughs and cackles her way to insanity. She is the word salad queen. How are you going to be running for president, can't answer a question about what you're going to do for the economy when people are struggling? They're struggling. And I want you guys to understand this. What you're seeing shouldn't be surprising to you, because people are more concerned about the economy than they are about abortion. Can we put that in perspective? Everybody in the country has to deal with the economy, has to deal with high inflation and prices. Not everybody in the country is dealing with going to Planned Parenthood. And not every woman even consider that as legitimized. So we're seeing what we should see. Donald Trump should be ahead. And some of these polls, I think, is showing, not polls, but some of these results I think are premature. And that, it could lean towards Kamala Harris or not. But I think that majority of what we're seeing is that Donald Trump is doing really, really well. When you go back to the poly market, I'll talk about the poly market. What's the other one called? Kalshi. You talk about poly market, you talk about Kalshi. People are putting their money where their beliefs are based on information that they have. I don't think people would be putting $3.4 billion into a losing candidate. If they thought Donald Trump had a chance of losing, they wouldn't put their money in it. That's just my opinion. Let's go back to some of the results. Kalshi got Donald Trump at 83%. Polymarket got Donald Trump at almost 90%. Now let's go back to the election results and see where we're at right now. They got Kamala Harris at 109. They got Donald Trump at 198. Let's go look at some of these numbers. In Arizona, Kamala Harris is ahead of Donald Trump in Arizona with 48% of the vote. I'm trying to look at to see what has already been filled in. See, the chart that I got, I can't see what's filled in or not. But a lot of people are going to show up on election day. I'm not shocked. It's no way that Kamala is going to get Arizona. It's just not going to happen. Over my dead body, she's not going to get Arizona. But they have called another state for Kamala. I think they called Colorado for her. So she got New York, Illinois, Colorado,
New Hampshire.
and they called New Hampshire.
That's the latest one for.
They haven't called New Hampshire on this one, but it looks like they called her. Fox called New Hampshire. But Donald Trump is still looking strong in Georgia. Donald Trump, 82% of the vote. Donald Trump is up by 200,000 votes. Donald Trump is 51%, got 51.9% of the vote in Georgia with 82% of the vote there. North Carolina, which is another big one. Donald Trump is up by 300,000 votes or so with 73% in North Carolina. The way they botched the hurricane, I can't see how anybody will vote for these Democrats. If we go up, Virginia has moved towards Kamala Harris. She's up by about 20,000 votes right now with 67% of Virginia. I wouldn't be shocked if they call Virginia for Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump still has the possibility of winning. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania. Jim, Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania right now. Donald Trump is ahead by 100,000 votes. See, I told y'all got to listen to me. Now, I'm not saying this is the totality of what's going to happen, but I saw the trend coming. I said, Donald Trump's going to be down by 400. He's going to go to 3. He's going to 2. He's going to 1. He's going to 60. Then he's going to jump to 100,000. By the end of the night, he over 300,000 votes is going to be in Trump's favor. Now, what votes are they counting is the thing that I don't know. Hopefully, when I hear from Fox News, I'll get it. But I don't know what votes they're counting. Right? Is it the early? Is it the mail-in? Is it the in-person? Which ones are they counting first? Because we know Donald Trump dominates in the in-person on Election Day. But if they have the thing like they did last year and they claim that they got all these mail-in ballots that they're going to count in the middle of the night, we can see these numbers shift. I do not think Kamala Harris was Hillary Clinton. Kamala Harris is not Hillary Clinton. I think Hillary Clinton was strong because she had a strong back and people believed that she was strong enough to handle the country, even though we knew she was going to do it all wrong. But at least she can get in front of Putin and be professional. We thought that she would put a cabinet together of people that made sense. Kamala Harris is so far left of where Hillary was. There's no way in the world that I think she could get elected. Now, Arizona is trending blue for Kamala Harris for 48% of the vote. New Mexico is trending blue with Kamala Harris for 29% of the vote. Utah went to Trump already. Nevada, we don't have any results as of yet. Right now, as we speak, let's go to some of the senatorial races. We got Ruben Gallego is ahead of Kari Lake, which I'm not shocked at this time, but I hope that Donald Trump can carry the freaking ticket. Kari Lake was not a strong candidate. She was strong when she ran for governor. I think she was strong then. I think that she's struggling now. I think people have gotten over how she participates, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But it does look like we got Florida Rick Scott. They already called that. Let's look at Arizona and see how far Kari Lake is behind. Kari Lake is behind by about 200,000 votes. Not 200, about 120,000 votes. So Kari Lake is behind as we speak, but also is Donald Trump. So as we start to see Donald Trump gain momentum in the votes that he get, we will see Kari Lake get those votes. I voted for Donald Trump and Kari Lake. I don't care if Kari Lake was Jeepers Creepers. I'm still voting for her because we cannot let Ruben Gallegos, a Democrat nut job, get into power in Arizona because we already have too many Democrats here, and they're all terrible. I thought Kirsten Sinema wasn't as bad, but most of them are terrible. All right, let's go back to the senator's race. Let's see.
Michigan's pretty tight.
Let me look at it. Results.
Look at the trend line of Michigan.
Trend line of Michigan. Nick, do we have those trend lines?
Yeah, I think.
Just every now and again, pop a trend line up there. Michigan, Jim was talking about saying Michigan. Michigan is pretty tight. I mean, she got 49% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. The only difference is, oh my goodness. I think that the only difference is about 14,000 votes.
Yeah.
And they're about 21% of the vote in, which is very early to call. It looks like right now Fox News is talking about the House of Representatives. Republicans are on their way to potentially get the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And if we get all of those, I'm going to tell y'all this. Clarence Thomas will retire. And we will appoint a young conservative in Clarence Thomas's position. And we will have an opportunity. Listen, y'all, we have an opportunity of a lifetime. It's like Elon Musk kind of brought it home for me when he said it. Like, this will be our last election if Donald Trump doesn't get elected. It'll never be a fair election ever again. And when I say fair, they're going to get illegals in this country. They're going to give them all amnesty. They're going to put them all in swing states strategically, and we'll never be able to vote again. But what could happen for us is that we have Donald Trump who ushers in a strong economy, who ushers in safety for America, and then we have J.D. Vance to do 8 years after Donald Trump. If we have that long of a time in power, we will get more Supreme Court justices. We will outlive other Supreme Court justices as the Republicans. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is up in Pennsylvania by over 100,000 votes. So Donald Trump is up in Pennsylvania, 55% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is 51%. He win Pennsylvania, get that fat lady out there because she's going to have to start singing, all right? All right, let's go Wisconsin. 50% of the vote, Donald Trump is ahead in Wisconsin by about 12,000 votes. Minnesota, Donald Trump is up by a lot in Minnesota, but it's only 3% of the vote. Arizona still trending blue. Donald Trump is down by, it's shrinking. Donald Trump is only down by about 10,000 votes in Arizona. So it looks like right now that the poly market and Cauchy are all accurate thus far. I don't think there's a single thing that they've said that Donald Trump wouldn't win that he has won, or that he wouldn't win that he hasn't already won. Wait, am I saying that right? There's nothing that Donald Trump that they said that Donald Trump will lose that he's actually losing, or that he, let me say this. The things that they said that Donald Trump will win, he's winning. Put it that way. All right, let's get back to some of these results. Fox News have anything else for us? They still got Donald Trump at 198, Kamala Harris at 112. Looking pretty good for us. It's looking pretty good for us. Maybe Elon Musk came across with the hot sauce. All right, let's see where we at. We still got Georgia on the map. Georgia right now, 89 or 88% of the vote. Donald Trump is up in Georgia by about 200,000, a little less than 200,000 votes. So with 88% of the vote in, Donald Trump is still trending in the lead in Georgia and looking very healthy. South Carolina, he dominated. They called it for him. North Carolina, Donald Trump is up in North Carolina by 267,000 votes with 75% in North Carolina.
There's Michigan, Brandon.
Let's go to Michigan. Michigan is trending Trump.
Can you blow that up, Nick?
No, Michigan is not trending Trump.
No?
Michigan is close, though. It's only 10,000 votes, 9,000 votes with Trump. Zoom that in, Nick. I want the people to see this. If you look at the trend, this is what matters just as much as anything else. When you look at the vote count tracker, and the trend is showing that Donald Trump was at a great disadvantage, and now the lines are colliding. And this is what we typically see when it comes to trends of the types of votes that they're counting and the county that they're counting them in. We see Kamala Harris at the very top. I'm not sure. Fox News probably know better than me. I'm wondering if they are counting Democrat counties first, these big major counties with Democrat population, or are they counting the early ballots, the mail-in ballots first, and now we're getting into the early vote, the in-person vote that Donald Trump dominates. I will make a prediction right now. I'll say in probably the next 20 minutes, Donald Trump is going to go up in Michigan. Now, I can't say that he's going to win because I don't know. But I think Donald Trump is going to go up in Michigan. He's up in Minnesota, only 3%. He's up in Wisconsin. 50% of the vote in, and Donald Trump is up about 20,000 votes in Wisconsin.
It's down to 4,000 votes now in Michigan.
4,000 votes in Michigan. As you see the trend, it's getting tight, and the trend ain't going to do this. I want y'all to know the trend ain't finna do this, right? That's not what it's going to do. The trend is going to do this, right? That means Donald Trump is going to go, and all of the votes past the point of connection are going to be pro-Trump. Now, don't get excited yet, because we've seen this in 2020. We jump ahead, we're up on these fools, and then in the middle of the night, they come in like a thief with a gun, with a rock and a sock, and hit us over the head. And we wake up and we lost. So don't get too bullish on this. But I do think it's a great indicator.
Just called Georgia for Trump.
They just called Georgia for Trump. They ain't.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you before.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Justin, Dustin, I call you Justin. Dustin just came in, the one that was super chatting all that crazy stuff. I thought he was a leftist, but he's come across with the hot sauce. And
Must be Newsmax.
who's called it?
Charlie. Fox has it.
Charlie Kirk. Yeah, he's on America's Voice or something like that. So it looks like, from what I'm hearing, some have called Georgia for Donald Trump. Google haven't called Georgia for Donald Trump yet. We're going to look at Fox News. They're fine. I don't think we can hear them in here. So Virginia is still trending towards Kamala Harris, but I mean, it's 10,000 vote difference in Virginia with 68% of the vote. Arizona, Trump is up in Arizona right now. Trump is up in Arizona right now. 49% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is up by only about 5,000 votes or so. New Mexico, Donald Trump is up, but it's 35% of the vote. Utah, he won. Let's see where we're at on some of these other states. I made the prediction. I say he's going to go up in Michigan, but it hadn't happened yet. I'm going to keep watching that. Michigan, 22% of the vote in. Donald Trump is only down by 4,000 votes or so. I told you he coming back. I don't know if they count it. I can't tell what they counted. Nick, can you go to Fox real quick?
Pull up the map, Michigan, and see if they pulled it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how this.
Yeah, so if you go under full, right on top where it says show all states.
Yeah, you see show all states up there, Nick?
Yeah.
Michigan. Looks like a glove.
So I'm hearing that they called Georgia for Donald Trump. Not sure how official that is, but it looks like they've called Georgia for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is trending in the right direction in North Carolina. He's up by 200,000 plus votes. He's going up almost 300,000 votes in North Carolina.
They've already called Wayne County, so there's a chance.
So Wisconsin, Donald Trump is still up 51% of the vote. Donald Trump is still up in Wisconsin by about 20,000 votes. Iowa, Donald Trump is up 45% of the vote in Iowa. Donald Trump is up by almost 100,000 votes, probably around 80,000 votes. Donald Trump is up. Donald Trump's victory in Texas is insane. I'm going to go back. I want y'all to see how incredible this is. Donald Trump is at 56% of the vote in Texas. He has to be up 1.2 million votes. So, I mean, that's trending in the right direction. People are showing up and showing out in this election, and I hope that we continue strong. Donald Trump with 49% of the vote. He's up in Arizona by only about 4,000 votes right now. So we shall see. We got a long way to go, but Donald Trump is trending in the right direction in Arizona.
Can you do the trend line for Pennsylvania?
Let's see. Now I got to drink my apple juice for my energies. That apple juice been sitting there, boy. That's some good apple juice. Tastes more like apple cider vinegar. Look, Jim, what I tell you, Michigan. In Michigan, right now, 22% of the vote, Donald Trump went up by like 200 votes. Donald Trump is up in Michigan by 200 votes. It's too early to really make a determination, but it is good to see that he's trending in the right direction. They've obviously called Montana for Trump, so he's cooking. Arizona, he's up, still by 4,000 votes. In Georgia, I heard they called Georgia for Donald Trump, but right now on the Google search, they haven't called it yet. North Carolina, Donald Trump is still looking good in North Carolina, 83% of the vote. He's up by over 100,000 votes in North Carolina. I cannot see how they vote for these Democrats in North Carolina when they botched the hurricane. I don't get how they do it. They left those people out to dry. Donald Trump is down very slightly, maybe around 20,000 votes or less in Virginia with 70% of the vote. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania by Yeah. Too many white people here, bro. That's why I sound one out.
We're working on it, Dustin.
My ancestors are fighting back. Okay. All right, you ready, Nick? I think this might. My tab. Man, I just closed out all my tabs. All right, I'm back though. I'm back like Hunter Biden on the crack. All right. I want to say crack pipe, but it didn't rhyme that much.
You're like Kamala. You're back.
Yeah. I would say that, but I'm going to try and be a Christian. Okay, 210. They got Donald Trump at 210. What did they call while I was gone? They called Iowa. Oh, wow. Remember when they were on the news talking about Iowa was going to go to the Democrats and how these polls were coming out and showing that the Democrats were ahead and whoever wins Iowa would traditionally win the race? So are they going to call the election for Donald Trump? Oh, no, I forgot because it was a Democrat that they did that. Donald Trump is up in Wisconsin right now by about 30,000 votes with 55% in. Still early. Minnesota, Donald Trump is up way too early. Michigan, Donald Trump is trending in the right direction. He's up by about 10,000 votes. Look like the trend line is gaining 24% of the vote in, but it's too early to call. I'm hearing that they've already called Georgia for Donald Trump, which 88% of the vote that I'm looking at, they haven't called it yet, but 88% of the vote in, he's up by 200,000 or a little bit under 200,000 votes. Look like Donald Trump is doing pretty good. But he was doing good in 2022. So let's not get our hopes up. We got to get to 270 tonight. We get to 270 tonight, that sounds like a victory in my book. And I think Pennsylvania should be called tonight. 60% of the vote in. We got a whole bunch of time for them to get these results in. I think they should be able to call it. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. I could be wrong. I'm not Jesus Christ of Nazareth, so I can't tell the future. But I will say I think that Donald Trump is going to take Wisconsin. I think Donald Trump is going to get Wisconsin. Donald Trump is going to get Arizona. Nevada haven't given us results yet, but he's going to get Nevada. He's going to get Georgia. He's going to get North Carolina. Donald Trump is going to sweep this thing. And I think that it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, but I think he's going to be so close to 270 that I think we can make a pretty decisive argument that Donald Trump has won. So y'all just bear with me. This mic, I got a rinky dink holding in my arm like this. I got to pull up my YouTube, my YouTube channel. Because for some reason, all my tabs closed out. Let's see.
What's the big county in Michigan, Brandon? Is it Wayne? Or?
I think Wayne. Yeah, Detroit is in Wayne, right?
Yeah, I just pulled up the county by county so I can tell you how much is done in Wayne.
Yeah, how much is done in Wayne? Because that's the Democrat county.
I don't know for sure, but that's what he said. Elon just tweeted. No, it's not. It's 67% in.
Elon Musk said what?
Game, set, match.
Oh, game, set, match. I love Elon Musk, man. He's a hero.
No, 0.67 estimate vote in. So they just started.
Somebody says is AP News a reliable source? I guess to a certain degree. Are we playing audio from Fox or Newsmax? Do we have Fox? Did Fox call? Do we have Fox News reporting?
Yeah, Fox doesn't let us do it for free. Like Newsmax does. Fox doesn't have us available.
Oh, okay.
Fox just has like little clips.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate you. We're applying pressure, my dude. Stay cool. The W is in the bag. Ha ha. That's what I like to hear. But we got to still stay to the finish. I think every election poll is closed out at this point. If you're still in Arizona and you're in line, stay in line and finish the vote. Don't let them trick you out of your position. You know, at the end of the day, I don't care what number Donald Trump got on the list. We need to run up the score. We need to run up the score. Just winning is not good enough. We need to run up the doggone score. We should get the popular vote because Donald Trump is a far better candidate than knee pad Harris. All right, let me look at a couple other things. Georgia. Can't see what county. Wayne County is hardly recorded at all. So look, y'all, Wayne County is Democrat. So I want us to not get too excited about Georgia because Wayne County is full of them Democrats. Huh?
That's Michigan.
Which one?
Wayne County, Michigan.
Oh, Michigan. I said Atlanta. Did I say Georgia? No, I was wrong, y'all. I said the wrong thing.
You want me to look up any other county?
Yeah, I want to look up Georgia to see how far are we at in Georgia, because Donald Trump's got 51% of the vote in Georgia. He's up by a little less than 200,000 votes, and they got 88% of the vote. I know some people say they called Georgia. I don't know. Fox didn't yet. We're looking at Newsmax. I'm trying to see if Newsmax called Fox. I mean, the Newsmax call it. Trump is down in Virginia, not by a lot, with 73% of the vote in. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is up in Pennsylvania by a little over 100,000 votes, with 61% of the vote in. Trump is up in Michigan by a small amount, but you said Wayne County they haven't touched it. And that's where all of the deranged people vote at. I'm not trying to make fun of y'all in Wayne County, but y'all know what I'm talking about. For some reason, people think they're gonna vote for these Democrats. I don't even know. I don't even know how Kamala Harris got any votes. You gotta be stupid to vote for Kamala Harris at this point. When the woman come out and can't tell you what her policy positions are, what are y'all doing? Cause she black? Let me tell y'all this. This is the crazy thing about cause she black argument. They say you should vote for Kamala because she black, the first black. But she don't even apply that in her own professional or personal life, because her man is white and her running mate is white. How are you gonna sacrifice everything to vote for her because she black and she ain't sacrificing nothing? She could have picked a black person to be her vice president. She could have picked a woman. She didn't pick a black person or a woman and got y'all fools out here voting for her because she a black woman. Y'all silly, man. I don't even know how it's close. We shouldn't even be on here doing a live stream. It should be, we should go to bed and be like, it's in the bag. Ain't no way in the world nobody vote for no Democrat at this point in stage or this point in time. It's crazy to me that we even talking about this. And the only reason it's even close because propaganda. The news media is fake. They're liars. They're deceptive. They swear before God that Donald Trump is a doggone Nazi, and it could be nothing could be further from the truth. Let's see what we got here. Looks like Donald Trump is leading in Wisconsin, according to the news that we're watching right up here. We got some Wisconsinians. Is that how you say it? Wisconsinians? Wisconsinites. Oh, that's LGBTQ all the way, baby. Wisconsinites in the house. But you from Milwaukee, right? All right, so you from the hood, kind of. You from where the melanin people live.
Isn't it crazy that some counties could be like 50, 60, 70% counted and others 1%?
I know. Now, what it is, Jim, is the reporting. I think that some of these counties have counted, but they haven't reported. I'm assuming. Right? That's what I think. I think that they're counting them.
Why not report?
I know. They should all have the same standard of having to report at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. Donald Trump is up big in Minnesota, but it's only 5% of the vote. Come on, man. We get Georgia, we get North Carolina, we get Pennsylvania, it's over. I don't even know if she has a path, even if she won Nevada, and we won all those.
Like St. Joseph County, Michigan, Trump country, 66% of Trump votes.
Well, you know why? Also, the vote comes in different because it's smaller. So, you get some of these rural counties and they got 600 people voting and 2,000 people voting. They probably can count that quicker. I'm always leery, though. But, Laura Trump said.
They counted like 6,000 votes in Wayne County.
Like, according to Newsmax, they got Trump at 242. Am I tripping? They got Trump at 242 and they got Harris at 108.
Fox doesn't have anything called. Still 211.
Who knows, man? Newsmax be adding extras. You good, Kaden? He do. He got his hair like Mahomes. I want to cut it off. All right, let's see, Nick. Play a little bit of the Newsmax, if you don't mind.
People rise up and say, you know, I thought America was a place where we were all equal. And so if we're not as equal as you, maybe you've got the problem. The rest of us don't. That's what I think, to me, is the beautiful thing of what's going on tonight. And I'm loving this because we needed for a long time kind of a little bit of a shaking in America to say, let's get back to who we are, where nobody cares what color you are, or how much money you have or don't have, or how much education. We're both Americans, and all of us get to live in this great country and speak our minds. Free speech is for everybody, freedom of movement, dreaming big and making those dreams come true. That's the country I believe Donald Trump wants to lead us to be.
And Governor Huckabee, one more thought, too, about what you were saying about how this the whole Republican Party has been reshaped. You think back to the 2012 presidential campaign. Basically, these same attacks were leveled at Mitt Romney about his failure to include women, and he had that kind of infamous comment, I have binders full of women. Didn't play very well. The difference now with the Republican Party is Donald Trump can point to...
You, my friend, are being scammed into paying. You can watch TV.
Those women stepped up, and I mean, there were Instagram videos before you could even think about it. So, and also some news we can share with you too, Governor. Bernie Moreno has now been declared the winner in the Ohio Senate race. So that's another seat flipped. And as we were talking before, the potential presidency of Donald Trump with the Senate there. You think about Supreme Court nominations too. There's some talk of some conservative justices wanting to retire. All that is now on the table if Republicans do retain control of the Senate when the White House.
I'm a faithful person. I mean, I pray for this nation, but I have so much hope right now when we're seeing all this, and I know that you're a man of great faith as well, Governor. So, you know, possibility for revival,
and again, you can,
for peace.
We see the balance of power here up on the Senate. Just 2 more seats needed for Republicans to take control of the U.S. Senate.
It's incredible what we're seeing.
We're seeing some coattails, perhaps, for Donald Trump as well. Governor, always great to see you, sir. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Have a great evening, and I think we are.
Is he?
Thank you.
I think we are, too. Positive momentum right now. And again, we're watching a lot of the states that still polls are still closing, still waiting for Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral votes. Watching that closely. Let's bring in our next panel, Lydia Serrani, host of Saturday Agenda. And yes, host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled, former White House Strategic Senior Advisor Mercedes Schlapp. Ladies, great to see you both.
My audio is good because I'm kind of like in the mic and kind of not. All right, cool. If these numbers are up to date, Donald Trump is ahead in Arizona by a very small margin. They must have some big dumps in Arizona to put out there in the election. But right now in Wisconsin, Donald Trump is still winning in Wisconsin with 50% of the vote, 50.2. In Michigan, Donald Trump is up by, what is that, 50,000 votes or so? But they're only 26% of the vote, so it's not that big of a deal. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is up by 110,000 votes with 66% of the vote in. Let's see, North Carolina, Donald Trump is up by a very small margin in North Carolina, but I think he's going to pull it away. In Georgia, 90% of the vote in Georgia, Donald Trump is up by over 140,000 votes. Fox hasn't called it. So some people saying that they called Georgia already. Fox haven't called it. Washington Post haven't called it. But I hope that they will call it soon. That'll be great for Donald Trump. Yeah, it's just funny. Daily Wire and I think Charlie Kirk called it. But I wonder what they know that everybody else don't know. Free Palestiners. All right, they got this Washington Post got Trump at 210. They got Kamala at 113. How in the world has Newsmax got them at he got them at 240? Maybe because they called Georgia. Called Georgia. And why are they waiting to call Georgia? Oh, yeah. I know, bro, but he was up 900,000 votes in Pennsylvania last time, and they freaking. Yeah. I think because a lot of people voted early. 100%. Let me get some of these super chats while y'all in here in the chat. If you super chatted and I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to get to as many people as I can in here. Justice for Peanut, the squirrel. Let's do it for him, y'all. Hey, let me get my comments on the Peanut thing real quick. Somebody should make a shirt called Squirrel Lives Matter. But let me just say this about the Peanut the squirrel. That sounds super crazy what they did to that man. That sounds insane. But anytime anything sounds insane, I want to know more. I heard rumors that the two people, you know, the couple were doing OnlyFans and there's some other stuff that happened. I'm like, let me just see the affidavit. I need to see the affidavit. So somebody allegedly called and said the squirrels had rabies. You know, like this is the big thing that I want to know before I make a video about the squirrel thing, because it seems outrageously crazy and it seems like they should be able to sue the government for $40 billion because how silly it was that they would kill that man animals, even if he was legally in possession of it. They got bigger fish to fry. Yeah. I wonder what happened though. What is on the affidavit? What did they fill out on the affidavit to tell a judge that we want to execute a search warrant on this guy's house with a squirrel in there? Yeah, he had the squirrel for 7 years or so on the internet and everything. They didn't do nothing for 7 years, and all of a sudden they come in like the SWAT team. Well, hey, they do that. We all know what's gonna happen. They come for that. They come to my house. Come to my house. Come to my house. What was it? Oh, Calci got him at 85%, 84%. Calci got me and Arizona. Hey man, either people gonna be winning tonight, or people gonna be putting their house up for sale. Calci and Poly Market got Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania 80-something%. I'm telling you, and they got money on it. They got money on this, y'all. Go to Polymark, Nick. Huh? Yeah, I think that the same day vote gonna come across. I hope so. They can't. They got Donald Trump at 94% victory in Polymarket. 94%. They got him at 94%, and they got $3.4 billion involved in this. Let's go to Calci. Let's see what they got. Calci. Let's go to Calci. And I'm not a bed man. I lost my butt. In the day trading. So I ain't never gonna bet. You ain't gonna catch me betting on nothing. Yeah, AKA Robin Hood. Robin Hood robbed my manhood. That's what happened to me at Robin Hood. I ain't never doing that again. But anyway, Calci, which is where you can actually, Nick, can you put that on the screen? Calci, which you could actually bet on in the United States of America. I don't know depending on what state you're in. But Calci even got Donald Trump at 89%. And then he went up to 90%. They got him at a 90% lead. They got North Carolina, 95% chance he's going to win North Carolina, 80% chance he's going to win Pennsylvania. I mean, these people are putting their money where their mouth is at. The presidential race is $318,000 they put in that race. They put the Pennsylvania, somebody already lost in Pennsylvania. I mean, in Iowa. It was 94% for Trump, and they had $8 million in that race. I think my numbers are off, Jim. That's $318 million in Calci in the presidential race. In Pennsylvania, they got $10 million on the line in Pennsylvania. But, you know, he was leading like a mug, man, in the last election, man. He was 800, 900. I thought he was almost a million votes before. They were like 99%. In Pennsylvania last year?
Yeah, they were like 7% reported.
What?
Yeah, it's like 7%. No way it's 9%. Yeah. Who is 99 that would be mathematically impossible?
I'm saying last year.
Yeah. I mean, last election.
Oh, I don't know, man. I could have sworn we were like, oh, ain't no way he can come back from this.
Yeah, they were like 65, 7%.
Because there's like one county left in Pennsylvania right now.
Oh, yeah. Let me see where he at. It would depend on if it's a Democrat county. Let's see. He's still up 200,000 votes. Let's see. He's still up in Wisconsin. Wisconsin.
Should we go to Bill Hemmer on Fox to see if he's breaking down counties?
Yeah, let's go to Fox because.
Can you do that? It's the link I sent you in Slack.
Let's see. Oh, I got people super chatting. Oh, yeah. He close, man. He said he got 17. Yeah. He doing good in basketball. He shocked me, man. My son got some dribbles. I was like, dang, y'all didn't know you could dribble like that? Blocked some kid's shot. He threw it all in the bleachers and stuff. He is tall. He's tall. He just loves trying to hit them threes. I'm like, boy. Somebody said Amazing Lucas is cussing up a storm right now. Destiny is probably soy boiling it up. I know. That's what I should. That's what I should do.
He was pissed the last election that he lost.
These dudes are weak, bro. They so crybabies.
Yeah, the Turks. What's his name?
Shank or whatever his name is. What a weenie. I am an alien watching from the outside. God watching over Trump.
The campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called.
Get ready for
our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is
they got
Donald
Harris
Trump.
at 193.
Well, you know, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, you know, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away this is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, a presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it. You may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We could still do those things. We'd bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But
I want to get a couple of these super chats in here. Chef Jack, it says, "I love you, Brandon. I love you. Love your show, Beat Tate. You get me through my day. Keep up the great work, and let's get our country back. I'm so sick of these leftist nuts." Trump fans, 2024. Amen and amen. Deanna said, "Used to love watching Shark Tank. Mr. Wonderful was always my favorite shark. Cutthroat, but knew what he was talking about. Definitely smarter than Cuban." Yeah. Mark Cuban's a dummy. What a beta. What a shrimp, scampi, salad dressing, wet toilet paper beta. That's what he is. Ali said, "Bro, I would pay $1 million to see you on the Breakfast Club." Man, I would spank these dudes on the Breakfast Club, man. Like a bad kid with no manners. Spanking. All right, let's see. They got Donald Trump at 98% in the market. You know, if this Kalshi thing is like a S&P 500, it looks like Donald Trump's going to win, but we shall see. Nevada's numbers are coming in. They haven't called it yet. Arizona, Donald Trump is ahead in Arizona, still by like 3,000 votes. Very narrow lead in Arizona. Donald Trump is still up in Wisconsin by about 60,000 votes, and they have about 62% of the vote in. Minnesota's too early to call. Donald Trump is up, but I don't think he's going to get that one. Donald Trump is up in Michigan. How much he up in Michigan? Donald Trump up in Michigan about almost 100,000 votes. He got 51% of the vote in Michigan right now. 51.5% of the vote. If he had about 18,000 more votes, he'll be up 100,000 votes. Donald Trump is looking good in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is up by well over 100,000 votes with 72% of the vote in. Looks like Donald Trump is doing pretty good, probably going to put away that race if he keeps at this trend. Donald Trump is up in North Carolina only by 140,000 votes or so. He's up in Georgia, 51% of the vote. He's up in Georgia by over 140,000 votes with 88% of the vote in. So hopefully they call Georgia here soon. Then Donald Trump will have Georgia. I'm pretty confident he'll get North Carolina. Donald Trump will get Arizona. And if he gets Pennsylvania, he can also get Michigan or Wisconsin. That's going to be big. That would be big for MAGA. That would be big for America. And I cannot wait. LTS said, thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I love you guys, man. I appreciate all your support. They're always we won without PA or AZ. U.S., there's any way, or it says, I guess he meant, is there any way that we win without Pennsylvania or Arizona? We could win without Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to give us 19 electoral college votes. However, if Trump were to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, he wouldn't, and Georgia and North Carolina, he wouldn't need Pennsylvania. But I think that we're going to need Pennsylvania, and hopefully we can knock it out of the park with Pennsylvania and get this thing rolling. Good flip in Ohio. That's another thing that I'm looking for is how many seats can we flip? That's going to be a determining factor because that tells you the momentum and where people are headed in this country is that they're sick of the mundane, they're sick of the status quo, and they're going to change this thing by getting these idiots out of office. Donald Trump is still barely up. 50% of the vote is in. There must be large swaths of votes that still need to come in Arizona because they're still deadlocked at about 3,000 vote difference or less. They called California, if you guys are just now watching, they called it for Kamala. They called Washington for Kamala. Oregon is probably going to get called for Kamala unless hell freezes over. But to see Donald Trump winning as much as he is in Georgia is a positive sign. With 88% of the vote in, Donald Trump is up by over 100,000 votes. North Carolina, he's up by 140,000 votes with 88% in. These two look like good victories for him. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was 73% in. Donald Trump is up by almost 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is up by almost 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 73% in. In Michigan, Donald Trump is still ahead with 30% in. That's not a great indicator because the night is still young. 63% in Wisconsin. They called it for Klobuchar in Minnesota. She's down 7 points. Let's see where Klobuchar at. Oh, House of Representatives. Let me see. I don't see Klobuchar. I don't see it on here, but that's crazy. Ted Cruz is winning 53% of the vote with 74%. Look like Ted Cruz is going to retain his victory. In Wisconsin, we got Eric that's running with 65% of the vote. He's at 49%, so he's winning. Pennsylvania Democrat Dave McCormick, he's winning 49% of the vote with 73% in. Ohio Bernie Moreno, they already called it for him. He won Ohio, flipped the seat. Dan Osborne is an independent. Look like he's winning so far. And I think in Montana, Tim, I don't even know how to say. I'm probably saying his name wrong. 56% of the vote, only 6% in. Also in Michigan, Mike Rogers is up with 30% of the vote in. And we shall see. Ruben Gallegos is ahead of Kerry Lake in Arizona by roughly 120,000 votes. So hopefully Donald Trump can pull that ticket, man. And I don't know why these idiots voted for somebody in the Green Party. Y'all could have threw them votes behind Donald Trump or somebody that can actually win. Yeah. Nick over here with the bars. Say he hope that Donald Trump can carry Lake. Carry Lake, baby. I know, Nick. Give him a mic over there so he can drop some boars. So you can drop some boars on y'all. Some boars. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for another super chat. I brag to my black friends about you, letting them know there are black people for Trump. Love your show. Much respect to you, brother. Let's go, Trump. I know exactly what he's saying. I love you back, man, but that came out kind of weird. Yeah. Don't get Nick started over here. Nick, stop it. But no, that's cool. I understand exactly what the brother's saying. All right, let's see where we're at, man. We still letting this thing go off. Nebraska. I think that's an old one. They called Nebraska for Trump. He already won that one. So we're gonna see, man. I mean, y'all stay tuned. Let's keep watching this thing. Let's keep seeing where we go. I think Donald Trump has a good chance, barring the weirdness that went on in 2020. If we put that aside, put the PTSD aside from that election, and we look at it for what it is, it looked like Donald Trump has a strong, confident chance to actually win this thing. When you see trends that are not only trending in the right direction for Donald Trump, but you see trends in the right direction for people in the House and Senate that's flipping seats and leading in places where incumbents have dominated for years, that gives you a slight indication that Donald Trump is on the right path. It's not just about what Donald Trump is doing. When you see the other people who are lobbying to be elected in certain offices and they are dominating the way that they have been, I think that just shows that Donald Trump is on the right path. Too early to tell, but if you look at some indicators, you look at Kalshi, they got Donald Trump winning 90%. You look at Polymarket, which I told you guys to look at, they got Donald Trump winning 94%. And then when you go down to some of these other states, they got Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania by a long shot. And so when you see these numbers coming in, you can see why people are putting their money where their mouth is at, or at least where their faith is at. So as we speak, Donald Trump is still up in Georgia by about 130,000 votes with 90% in. Donald Trump is up in Pennsylvania. He has 51% of the vote. They have 75% in. I'm telling you, he's up at 130-some thousand in Georgia, and they have 90% in. North Carolina should be at 90%. He's 88% in. Donald Trump is up in North Carolina by a little bit over 100,000 votes. So Donald Trump is over 100,000 votes in Georgia with 90% in. He's over 100,000 votes in North Carolina with 88% in. Donald Trump, it looked like it's a strong victory for him in Georgia and North Carolina. I don't know why they haven't called it yet. Maybe they know something I don't know. But if Donald Trump can get these two, he's going to be closer to victory. And in Pennsylvania, he started out losing his in that race. He was 400,000 votes down, went 300, went 200. Now he's up almost 200,000 votes. If he had another 30,000 votes, he'll be up 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 75% of the vote in. The biggest question is what counties are being called, where are they at in the process. That'll give us a good indication. Go to Fox real quick. Donald Trump took the lead in Arizona with 49.8% cover. Oh, see, mine haven't updated. Let me update it. Because they were like 5,000 vote difference. Yeah, this one haven't updated yet. Yeah, 904. He's only up by like 200 some thousand. 2,000 votes. So it's still neck and neck in Arizona. We shall see. Let me go to some of these other things. Shout out to everybody that give us super chats. I appreciate you. If I don't reach a super chat, God bless you anyway. I wish I could read everybody's super chat. I wish my brain would just go doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. But I don't work like that. I love y'all anyway. Somebody got to fight me over this hat. I know I'm telling the guy that fight for a living. Maybe you have to pull this off my body, man. Donald Trump signed this thing, right? The UFC fight. What's wrong with that? I almost said something about that dude neck, man, and I almost went to hell. I felt like I seen him before and his neck wasn't like that. No, but what? Y'all got to stop laughing at Nick like that. Nick be over there. Y'all going to get him started. He going to be telling jokes all night. I thought I seen that guy before and his neck wasn't like that. Maybe it's a different person. I mean, he came on the scene like this. Oh, no, he can't turn his head. Let me stop. Stop, Brandon, stop. Let's see where we're at here. Let's go to the Google search. Where are we at on the Google search? Come on, we got to call some stuff now, man. Y'all tripping. North Carolina, they called North Carolina for Trump, according to Google. So Google called North Carolina for Trump, puts him at 230, Kamala at 179. So if they call North Carolina for Trump and they're 88% of the vote, they're 90+% of the vote in on Georgia, and Donald Trump has a handsome lead in Georgia. So they should call Georgia here soon. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is still the man. Some of y'all know that reference, that scammy pastor Jamal Bryant, who's probably gonna go to hell. But he did a sermon and say, after he cheated on his wife and had a baby with a woman in the church, he did a sermon and say, I'm still the man. And he said just like that, I'm still the man. I know. They may have counted. Nevada may have counted. They just haven't sent the report in. I'm hoping that's what it is. Donald Trump is still, I mean, it's real early. He's still leading in Minnesota. He's leading in Wisconsin, and he's leading in Michigan and Pennsylvania as we speak. They should call Georgia here soon. I can make a prediction they're going to call Georgia. I predicted earlier that he'll win Wisconsin. So he's up in Georgia. He's up now by 136,000 votes in Georgia with 90% of the vote in. Look like he's down at Virginia, not by a lot, but he's down. He's got 48% of the vote in Virginia, only 76% of the vote in. But they still, we still haven't got anything from Hawaii or Alaska. Now, I know the time zone must be crazy out there, so they probably haven't reported yet. Are they going to make a substantial difference in this election? No. But I still would like to see how they go. I mean, normally Hawaii go Democrat and Alaska go Republican. All right, I'm going to keep updating you guys to see where we at. Roll to Fox News and see what they got to say. These people are silly, though. These people are silly, bro. I know. I was going to say something real dark, but I'm trying to be a good Christian.
Dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far-left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
Yep, it's a very good point. And, it's interesting, Kaylee McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care, that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan. And even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up.
I think I did like 405 for 8 or something like that. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is going up and up and up in Pennsylvania. They just had a new drop, 76% of the vote. Donald Trump is nearly up by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is up in Georgia. They call North Carolina here on the Google search, but Donald Trump is up in Georgia by nearly well over 100,000 votes with 91% of the vote in. They need to call Georgia for Donald Trump. They've already called North Carolina here. Arizona is still not looking that good. I mean, I don't know what they're doing with the election over here, boy. These people over here silly. Michigan, Donald Trump is still up in Michigan. I mean, he went up by a lot. 32% of the vote. Donald Trump is up by almost 200,000 votes in Michigan as we speak, but it's only 33% of the vote. Wisconsin, 66% of the vote. Donald Trump is up by nearly 100,000 votes. 16% of the vote, Donald Trump is up big in Minnesota, but I'm sure that's not going to last. Nevada, what the y'all doing out there? Y'all too busy gambling. Y'all need to get the election results in. So Nevada, we haven't gotten anything from Nevada at this point. So we shall see. Donald Trump is sweeping the entire country. Ain't that funny that a person can win this much of the country and not the popular vote? I almost think the popular vote should be how many states you win. Because you got a whole bunch of lunatics in the water. I don't know, they smelling all that salt water and they going crazy on the coast. And they all just vote crazy. I wonder what it is, man. Like, what is it about the coast? I feel like you go to Washington State, people that live near the water are crazy. People that live inland in eastern Washington are conservative. Same thing in Oregon, same thing in California, for the most part. What is up with the water? You go to New York, look at the people on the coast. I don't know, it's the water or something in the air. Or some of them allergic to hard work, so they don't want to be nowhere near work. They on the beach somewhere. But anyway, I ain't gonna even lie. If I had enough money, I'd be on the beach too. But California I don't even want to look at California. My wife said, where you want to go vacation? She said California, I want to throw up in my mouth. I don't even want to hear the name California. That's how much I don't like California. But anyway, Arizona House Representatives look like we have one of the Republicans in the House is up, Donald Trump. Oh, that state, they call it some other state that's not even there, Wisconsin. What is this? What am I looking at? Because Wisconsin, Donald Trump is up by a lot in Wisconsin. I don't know what they're showing there. Oh, that county. Oh, they're showing where Biden was compared to where she's at. Yeah, turn it back and turn Fox back on. I think what he's saying is good.
It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in 2 places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a 0.5 point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see. But Joe Biden, okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia.
I want to see.
Too soon to call yet again. Let's see with the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. And Democrats score their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow.
The devil is a lie.
The Biden, the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now. Essentially, you're saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the morning.
That reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton in 2016,
exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out, and everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
and we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight.
And we shall see what's going on next. You see what Fox News said. Kamala Harris talking about they're going to call it in for the night. That scared me a little bit. They're going to call in for the night because they know they're going to rig it the next day. That's what I'm afraid of. But right now, Donald Trump is ahead in Atlanta or ahead in Georgia by a pretty good margin. They got 91% of the vote in. He's up by over 100,000 votes. On Google, they've called North Carolina. With 89% of the vote in, Donald Trump is up by over 100,000 votes in North Carolina with 89% of the vote in. So Donald Trump is still handedly representing in these states. In Pennsylvania, 77% of the vote in, Donald Trump is up by almost 200,000 plus votes. I know they can probably come back with something, but Donald Trump is doing very well there. Michigan, Donald Trump is still up by over 100,000 votes. I don't know how many votes. Yeah, Donald Trump is up in Michigan by 100,000 votes. He's up in Wisconsin by over 100,000 votes. Donald Trump is looking strong in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and he's now up in Arizona, but Arizona is tripping. I don't know what Arizona doing. They need to get their head out of their rear end and start counting these votes. They've been at 50% of the vote for the last 3 hours. And Donald Trump is still up only 3,000 or 2,000 or something votes. So Arizona is doing what Arizona does. We need to fire all these people that doing vote count for Arizona because they're screwing it. There ain't no way in the world that Florida is 90. I know that 3 hour difference, but Florida counted, 10 million votes and they're 97% done. Arizona ain't got 10 million people that live in Arizona. And they can't even get 50% of the vote counted. It's insane to me. But we shall see where we're at. Thank you a lot. I want to thank you guys for these super chats, though. I appreciate you joining, watching, supporting. This is the chance, if you want to buy some merch, to get your merch 30% off. Just put WIN30. It's right there. It's been on the whole time. WIN30, go to Tatum store, get you some merch. This shirt I got on right now isn't mine. It's my guy Brandon that works with us. He also has his own store. I love this shirt so much. I said I ain't wearing no Trump stuff, no Trump shirts. I'm finna wear this shirt because it's cold-blooded. All right. It's pinned in the chat if you want to get you one of these shirts. I say get it and support Brandon. He's a great guy. He works for us. He's an incredible man. I mean, I'm so proud of him and all the things that he's done, and I love his hustle, right? He worked full-time with us, and then he hustle on the side doing his own business, and I really appreciate him for that. Trump nearly, somebody super chat, Trey, thank you for the super chat, says Trump nearly plus 6 million in popular vote. Unprecedented. What's up with Nevada, Edward said, super chat. I don't know, man. They out there gambling. Maybe the Raiders is so trash they don't know what to do with it. Nah, nigga. Nick said he numb to it. All right, they got Kamala at 192. Trump is at 214. I find these things to be very interesting. I don't even know why it's even close at this point. But we shall see. I'm looking at the Washington Post. Go back to Polymarket. Polymarket, 94% Trump victory. Kalshi, 93% Trump victory. This is either going to be a predictor of the election or nobody's ever going to believe these Polymarket things again, ever. One of the two things are going to happen. What do you say? Yeah, I don't know, man. They're going to lose their head when the election finish. All right, play a little of this Fox News. I remember whooping him on TV before. Democrat pundits.
That's just when he said, I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups, and that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone, your opponent, is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places.
I still got to look. Like, Katie, her mom loves me. I see her at events, whatever. She still don't follow me. We went to school together. I'm still kind of bitter over it. I think I know why she don't follow me, but I'm going to leave it alone. All right, let me go to Ron O. Thank you so much for the super chat. Born and raised in California, we're about 40% conservative, but have no voice. We need to split those 54 electoral votes by percents. Makes us sick every time those Northern Cal, LA, and San Diego liberals kooks took our voice, if not for the weather. I think that it's very interesting, man. Every time I've gone to California begrudgingly, I literally want to shed a tear at how beautiful the state is, how great the weather is, and I don't know how they messed that place up. How they got homeless people laying everywhere and pooing on everything. Like I was in. We have a mutual friends. Really, my wife's one of her good friends have a yoga studio, and they poop right in front of the door. She's stretching. She got people in there, high end people, really good, classy place, and they got to step over dumps in the front of they got to step over dumps in the front of their storefront. How they letting that happen in California? I mean, California weather is good every day. I don't know what these people are doing. I know why people are crazy in Washington, right? Because they don't see the sun for half of the year. But in California, I don't know how you get that much sun and you still crazy. But anyway, let's say pour yourself another drink and prepare for a victory cigar. Just so y'all know, I don't know if y'all going to stay there late, but I got a whole bunch of cigars I want to borrow. So if y'all want to get one, we can do both after we win. Hopefully they do some more calling here because they're kind of stalling. Google called North Carolina for Donald Trump, and he's winning at a greater victory in Georgia than he is in North Carolina, and they still haven't called it. At 91% of the vote, Donald Trump is up by well over 100,000 votes. Arizona still ain't updated nothing. Where they going to hell? Wisconsin, Donald Trump is up by roughly 80,000 votes in Wisconsin. It looked like it's trending back in the Democrat direction just a little bit. Donald Trump is up by well over 100,000 votes in Michigan, but it's only 38% of the vote in. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, 80% of the vote. Donald Trump is up by well over 200,000 votes. So if they call, this is what they're going to try to do because they all in it on this together. I want y'all to know that. Fox, everybody, they all in this together. I think that they could call Pennsylvania tonight. I think that they don't want to call Pennsylvania tonight because a call for Pennsylvania tonight is a victory for Donald Trump. Hands down. If Trump were to win Pennsylvania, he's already kicking butt in Georgia. They already gave him North Carolina. He won. I don't know what the math would be. I wish I can just select it. I don't know, Jim, can you help me? Would he go to 270 if he won Pennsylvania and Georgia? Right, but he have to at least get Arizona. Let's see, how many electoral votes is Arizona? Is 11. Wisconsin is 10. Yeah, they may have gave him something little. What they give him? He's still at 230 on Google. I don't know how they gave him 2. Did they give him Alaska? Oh, okay. So they've given him North Carolina on. I'm telling you, if Fox just gave him North Carolina, they got to give Georgia here soon. Is she at 205? They probably gave New Mexico. If they give North Carolina, if Fox called North Carolina, they should be calling Georgia here soon. I think so. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. What they were saying was they were looking for votes in some of these blue counties, but I don't think that their vote count is going to be able to overcome what the lead that Donald Trump has already had. So I think before we go to bed tonight, they're going to call Georgia. They already called North Carolina, and I think they can call Pennsylvania, but they're not going to want to.
You were asking Georgia and Pennsylvania if they gave him both those, that'd put him at 267.
They're 267, and then what if he got 267 and then he got Wisconsin? One of those three. So if he get Georgia and Pennsylvania, one of those three, he win. I don't see how he don't get to that tonight. I don't think they got the mail-in guru stuff that they did last time. I don't think they got it, man. I don't think they got the midnight ballot dumps and all this old crazy stuff that they did last time. I don't know if they got it. I don't know if they pull out the stops for Kamala. I don't think they did. What'd you say? Hopefully they are, man. They better be, God. Dog, they had 4 years to figure this out. They had 4 years to figure this out.
I was just looking at the counties in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, all the counties, the blue counties around Philadelphia, they're all like 45% in. So they got a lot more votes to count in those counties.
Yeah, and they're all going to be, a lot of them going to be blue. Yeah. This is what happened to Trump last time. He went up really big in Pennsylvania, and then they counted all those counties, whatever, I don't know, dude. I think he went up in Pennsylvania. Oh, you saying in the electoral count? Yeah. Still ain't done nothing in Arizona. Yeah, so far he's ahead, but you let him count in California. California got 27% of the vote. Let him finish counting California. They gonna sweep him under the rug. But I have to say, around the country, they're counting it pretty good. I think last year, man, California was like 2%, Oregon, and why all these states were just, they have none of the counting in. I wonder, man. I want them to call Georgia. 91% in. He's pretty up there, man. Yeah, she got 112. Would they give Hawaii or something? What they give Harris? See, I be thinking it's all a game, you know. Like, I feel like they want to keep us on the edge. Let's call a little bit for Harris. Let's call a little bit for Trump. They don't want to show Trump at 270 and Harris at 90, you know. Or not 270, but like 240 and Harris at 90. Because you got to say, why don't they just automatically right off the jump call California, Oregon, and Washington? They literally call it as soon as they start voting coming. They just call that. Why don't they do that? Arizona is tripping, man. Arizona haven't reported anything. Man, I hope these people all get fired. They called Virginia for Kamala. That's how she got 205, huh? You bet that on the poly market? I mean the other one? Oh. Just don't pay him, bro. Let's see. All right, you just run a Fox for me.
Are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table. You know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on.
Oh, my God, Destiny. I remember the first time I met Destiny was we were on a panel. Yeah, his jaw just be twitching. I don't know what that is. He's such a beta, man. I ain't never met a guy like that that's so weak. I didn't know who Destiny was, and we were at Jesse Lee Peterson had an event, and Destiny happened to be on one side of me, and then a guy who was proclaimed white supremacist was on the other side of me. And I just ripped him a new one. But I didn't know Destiny was supposed to be like a popular guy. That dude's arguments are terrible. He's such a coward, man. I mean, it's even worse than I can't even say other stuff on this live stream. But yeah, well, he was one of the two because that jaw just twitching like that. That's what it looked like when that dude be fainting. Yeah. Lip white on the end. It's that liberal bug that bit him. Yeah. All right, we're trying to get CNN up here so y'all. I want to see what they say. I ain't gonna even lie, y'all. I think CNN covers the election a little better than Fox does. I love Fox. I hope y'all have me back, but I think CNN they're like technology is just a little different. When? Oh, their website. Who knows, man? They all playing games with us, man. They polls all full of crap. They know.
3 of the liberal counties around Philadelphia
That's what they're talking about on there. Fox was being honest. They were saying that people are kind of concerned that she's underperforming, he's outperforming. Not shocked, man. I mean, the biggest part I'm shocked about is that it's even close. Like, you know, we kind of take it for granted that it's even close. It's like, why is it even close? Really? I mean, I know, and it's like they probably think that about us, but anytime you ask them why you gonna vote for Kamala Harris, they have no. Bro, I was on campus, not one of them had not one. Not one. I was on KTAR the other day, and the liberal guy that's there, that's supposed to be there, he's supposed to be their attorney for the thing. I called him out on that. I said, "You supposed to be the lawyer that represents this news station, and you can't look up a fact. You sitting there arguing about something that you ain't even researched. That's all it is, bro. They just hate Trump. Oh, he's a fascist. He's Hitler. It's like, right? Where he hit Hitler? Right. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't get us kicked off here. If it don't work, it just don't. I'm okay. Nah, I ain't gonna turkey him. Yeah, Shank or whatever his name is. What a beta. Thank you for the super chat, Toby. He said, I posted your videos on my Facebook account and I was able to switch 7 people's mind for Trump. Thank you for being a patriot. You know, I often thought that, you know, I look back and I say, every month, and Nick, you can attest to this, we have about 40 million views, like between 20 and 40 million views every month for the last 4 years. Somebody has to be waking up. Like we have to have made a difference to some degree. Somebody watched the videos and have turned the corner because of the content we put out. So that's what I'm hoping for, because that's I think we had over 1 billion views on the YouTube channel. Somebody got to be watching that with common sense. I'm surprised that it's not more people that have waken up. But you know what? I think a lot of people just haven't voted, even though they woke. Like I'll tell you, my best friend, and I know he didn't vote today. Let me tell y'all how I know he didn't vote. I said, "Hey, bro, make sure you vote." He said, "Oh yeah, man, I'll go tomorrow." I said, "Well, it's closed today. How you gonna vote tomorrow? You vote tomorrow, I don't know what's gonna happen." So I know he didn't vote, and I know he's busy. And it's the thing that happens. You know, you're a busy person. You go to work, you're working overtime. That's why it's good to vote early. And I failed because I should have told him. I should have got on him to vote a long time ago. But I said, I'm going to tell him today, the job have to give you time off to vote. And I know he didn't vote. He said, I'm going to vote tomorrow. Oh, God. I'm finna block this super chat right here. If y'all need to report Dustin, I'll just like. He said Arizona State is the gayest university in Arizona. Uh-oh. The Scum Devils. We got a bet on that, don't we? I thought we already bet on it. That's a running bet. We should, like, for the rest of our lives, we should bet on it. Let's do it. Y'all going to ASU? I know Arizona trash this year. I don't know what happened, man. Scatterboo. We just do a little something, a little 200 or something. A little 200.
I think we should do jersey wear.
Oh man. Oh my gosh.
You don't have a show that wear.
Yeah. How you gonna put me?
Okay. I'll give you money if you win. If I win, you gotta wear it on one of your shows.
You know,
Days worth of shows.
How many?
Whole day's worth of shows. So how many videos you make that?
All right, deal.
And you can't be going in there making one video.
Yeah. I pre-record my videos for the day.
He's gonna be in the ASU jersey. Oh really? Yeah, that's the
Them videos gonna bomb.
He'll be in it all day.
They're gonna be my worst videos I ever made. I wear a Tillman with pride. But Huh? Do we have somebody that was like Pat? We got George Floyd. We ain't a George Floyd to go no U of A. I know. Man, our mascot wave. Y'all the Devils. How you gonna be a Sun Devil? That's the stupidest mascot on planet Earth. Yeah, that'll tear you up. What is a Sun Devil? There's no such thing as a Sun Devil. It's a made-up character. A bobcat is a real animal. That'll maul you. It'll maul anybody in here. Y'all can't even find one so you can make up a fake one. The Sun Devil. Sun Devil. I forgot. Y'all got me started. Yeah. The real question is.
Every single blue county around Philadelphia, there's 4 of them that are blue. Harris is trailing in every single one compared to 20.
Turnout. I think the black vote isn't turning out for her. When are they going to call Georgia?
Well, Chester County's 85% in.
They're going to call Georgia here soon, Jim, because Georgia is at 93% of the vote in. Donald Trump is up 100 and, I mean, they could come back. He's up 120-some thousand votes, I think. 120,000 votes. He's up with 93% in. I mean, they're gonna jump 120,000 votes. Oh, with.
Pennsylvania tonight. There's 83% in right now. He's up by what, 200,000?
Yeah, over 200,000. Yeah, over 200,000 in Pennsylvania at 83% of the vote. I'm telling you, Jim, they could call it tonight, but they're not. I think even if they know he's going to win, they don't want the satisfaction of him winning the night. They don't want the satisfaction of him cheering. They don't want the satisfaction of all the Trump supporters going. They know they can call Pennsylvania tonight. I know that they know they can. I just don't see how, with the early voting and everything that everybody has done, which made the election a little more simple, because we don't have the big dumps at the end of in the next day and all that other crazy stuff. I think. Let me see. Pennsylvania, the Republican in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, is winning. Dave McCormick is winning by almost 100,000 votes. He's got 49% of the vote. Dave McCormick, Republican in Pennsylvania, and he's running against an incumbent Democrat. So, they don't have enough in Allegheny. I don't think so. 94% in. I'm saying they don't have enough left to overcome 200,000 votes. Yeah, not unless.
It's the 4 counties around Philadelphia that matter. And again, she's trailing in all of them compared to 2020.
Not unless they got something up under the table. Right? Remember they did that last year, and they think they call us conspiracy theories. Arizona's so trash, man. I love this state, but God, dog, we trash, man. I know. Well, you know what's weird is our election is during this when these snowbirds come here too. I don't know how that. I know. There was a girl, one of the girls that worked with us today. She was telling me that she didn't vote because she can't vote in Arizona. What'd you say? I mean, yeah, you're right. I was going to argue with you, but Tucson is terrible. I mean, everybody that live around Tucson is great. The city of Tucson is terrible. It's like a third world country, except for U of A. U of A campus is way better than ASU campus. What, bro? U of A is way more modern.
You walk to U of A, all you see is this.
Yeah, right. I hope they beat y'all in football. Oh, that's old. They call I would say. Oh, surprise, surprise. Why don't they call it? They just call Alaska for Trump. Why they don't call that? They do, man. It's like a slave mentality, man. They're like they want What they call it? It's crazy to me. And
Alaska would be the 3 votes to get us there with just Pennsylvania and Georgia. Pennsylvania,
and then Alaska.
267, Alaska is the 3.
And he wouldn't even have to get Wisconsin or Michigan or Arizona. I think they're counting. They just didn't report. But, you know, that's weird to me. Oh, we got 51? Oh, I got $100 super chat. Let me see. What'd you say? Oh, Dustin. He ain't getting no $100 super chat. Let's see. Trav. Thank you so much for the super chat. MAGA Takeover. F Cali and F Arizona. Hey, for $100, I'm cool with you saying that for right now. Kamala Harris' new nickname is Hawk Tua. Hawk Tua, Trump 2024. Mel, thanks so much for the super chat. In Vegas, I saw somewhere that people can drop ballots at the post office until 8:59 p.m. That's probably why they ain't done nothing. It's crazy. I saw some stuff in North Carolina like that. Bonnie, thanks so much for joining the squad. I saw people in who? Yeah, go ahead and play that real quick. I'm just talking sugar honey iced tea right now.
1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania. Yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5, 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points, a Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does, which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now. I mean, it could happen. She could do it,
could
but
happen.
based on our calls.
Did happen, it would look something like
It's a long shot.
1980.
He sounds like Mitch McConnell.
I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
No,
if
it would be.
He ends up taking all
and of course, that's how the Electoral College is designed.
Get back down there, bro.
Small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Well, of
the
course
blue
it
wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign head.
You know, when I think about it, I'm like, man, these people make so much money. Yeah. Well, oh yeah, or at least the left-wing media. What's that one bald-headed one? Joy Reid is so terrible. She is disgusting, man. She is a disgusting human being. Yeah, right. She definitely go to ASU. She went to ASU Satellite Campus in Phoenix and Tucson. She did online college. She didn't go. Come on, y'all. Anyway, I know we in here joking around, but I think that tonight they could call Georgia for Trump and they could call Pennsylvania for Trump. We shall see. I'm going to stay up as late as it's 10 o'clock at night. Oh, my gosh. I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I was in Michigan earlier this morning, and I stayed at the same hotel that Kamala Harris was in. It was Kamala Harris. They said she was in Detroit. I was gonna scream at her. I wish she would have came down the thing. The first thing I'd have said, "You ain't black." Then y'all see me like this. Secret Service got me all twisted up. They had Secret Service at the door when I first. Huh? Yeah. Have Jim stream for me. I would have said something to her, man. I'm so sick of these people, man. She couldn't get. I wouldn't have been overly disrespectful, but I would have said some stuff to her, man. These people should be ashamed of themselves. Forget all the shenanigans and the talk. These people should be ashamed of themselves of what they're doing to America. They know they have no plan for us. They hate us. What'd you say? I thought you said people of color. I hope your mama ain't watching no more, bro. He get funnier the sleepier he get. Just gotta get him good and tired, man.
They say there's only 377 estimated votes left to count in Georgia. 1,000 or total? 377 estimated votes remaining.
377,000.
Yeah, and he's up by 120,000.
So they have to swing. They have to swing for Kamala Harris at like 90% or 80%, 60%. That's what she said. She hear you on the live stream? Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Absolutely not. HR can't be in HR, right? He violating his own stuff. All right, y'all, I'm going to wrap it up here, man. Maybe I'll come back live. I'm going to try to hang on in here because I think they're going to call. They got to call in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I just can see them calling Georgia. Pennsylvania's 84% of the vote. They still got a little bit outstanding. Trump is still up by nearly 200,000 votes. But Georgia's coming to the wire. 93% of the vote in. Trump is still up. They said they got an estimate of 300,000 votes. At the rate in which Donald Trump is performing, I think he's overperforming. She's underperforming. I don't think that they're going to mostly go her way. I think that at some point they should be able to call Georgia. And, I guess Charlie Kirk and some other guys called Georgia earlier. So I don't know how that they have some information that we don't have or what. Or they prematurely called it. I mean, obviously these are just predictions. They're not actual, factual outcomes. Let's see. I mean, Donald Trump is.
Doesn't it seem like it happened last year or 4 years ago? Like Georgia was slowly adding votes, like consistently counting, and then it's like stalls. They're 93.1% counted votes.
I know.
Like that for like 20 minutes.
I know. You wonder are they doing it? I mean, you would think that.
Stop counting for the night again.
Yeah, they did that. But you would think that Donald Trump and his team and the legal people in the campaign will be all over this. You don't have to focus on 50 states. You just have to focus on 3 of them. You just got to make sure they're doing right in Georgia, they're doing right in Pennsylvania, and maybe they're doing right in Ohio. I know, and you would think you have a vested interest to do that. But him and Trump don't seem to get along well. Trump is still up in Wisconsin.
They haven't counted vote in 20 minutes.
They're just going to give some big dump, and it's just going to be one way. Are you laughing at me saying dump, bro? No. Oh. That's funny. Let's see. Michigan 49, 70, Wisconsin 77% of the vote in. Trump is still up in Wisconsin by a lot. I think I'm gonna try to hang on, ladies and gentlemen, until they call Georgia, because they're closer to calling Georgia, in my opinion, than they are Pennsylvania. Because Pennsylvania still got a lot of counties outstanding. Yeah, I just wonder, man. I don't want to get into the conspiracy theology, man. I hate when I see conservatives do that. They just like everything is cheating. You know, it's like, let's just see how it plays out and see. But it does raise questions. You're just like, man, if he would have won, I know he's not gonna win a popular vote, bro. They got too many people in California. They did this last time. No, California. No, they ain't finished. California got 43% of the vote in. He's already down by 2 million in California. He get close, but I remember when Donald Trump in 2020, Donald Trump was winning a popular vote until they quit the count, and then California came through, and he was up a couple million. He went down by like 5 million. California got a bunch of people in it, man. A bunch of illegals too. They probably counting them too, and dead people and everybody else. I think one of the first states they called last year was Virginia for Biden. It was dead in Arizona. They called Virginia way early too. I think Virginia was the first one they called. But Donald Trump, it's clear that Donald Trump is overperforming, outperforming. I don't say overperforming. He's outperforming what he did in 2020. And she's underperforming. And the question is, how bad is she underperforming? It looked like Arizona got some, man. Looked like Donald Trump went up by another 5,000 votes. That's because Carrie Lake is just not strong. You know, I think people just don't like her. I don't know why. I don't know how somebody not like her enough to not vote for her with Trump. Like, let me see, Stryker. Let's see. Is he down by a lot? That other guy, if I look at those commercials, that other guy is a terrorist. We already do. We already do. Kirsten Sinema technically is a Democrat. I mean, we already do. You think so? Let me see if I got. Arizona just brought in 5,000 votes. How's Arizona? What do you think, Jim? You think they're going to do the okie doke, or you think it's going to just start going even worse for Trump? I mean, like in his direction, going better for him.
They did last time. Then they did a big dump, and it was like a huge swing.
Yeah, but could it be big enough?
It is these counties, man. It's these Democrat counties. But I mean, we should have poll watchers there and all that stuff.
And they always wait till late to do it too. Right now is the perfect time.
Because it's crazy because there's a feeling on the inside that it's like they wait to see where they at, and then they put it in. They install it. You know what I'm saying? They go, okay, it looks like we need this many, so let's stop. Let's recalibrate. How many do we need? And then the next dump we could just put all that in. That's what it feels like. I'm not saying that that's what it is, because I'm hoping to God that it's not this time. You know, that's the thing, Jim. That I think everybody in this room think the same thing. It's like, why does it come down to swing state? Why are the swing states the last one? They're not the biggest states. They've called California already. They've called these other states. Some of these other states got way more votes to count. Florida is at 98%, and they count over 10 million people. Pennsylvania is at 5 million, 6 million people, and they're 85% of the vote. It's like Florida's not a swing state. South Carolina was been done. Georgia's counting 5 million people.
As I'm sitting here, I'm watching Pennsylvania's votes trickle in, and Georgia's not. Like, why is that?
Isn't it because you can drop your mail-in ballot off?
Like at Georgia later?
They counted everything except the sealed mail-in ones
Or the,
that were dropped off. And get some workers in there, unseal those guys, count them, and start reporting it. I mean, how many people can't we get like an army of people to
I know it's happened every 4 years, so it's like, hey, you think they'd get it together by this point. All right, Nick. Nick, can you just run the news, mute me, and just run the news for a second?
Was down below. It wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Brett, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this. We ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest. And one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
There's a limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in a certain direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, I believe she went on a rival network, and the first question that was asked of her was, "What's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed?" And she didn't. She punted the question, saying she just wanted it to be bipartisan. How you don't say border security? How you don't say I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here or presidential race obituary until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I had not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said, made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment. And I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate, and we'll see what happens with the House. But again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't. And there is the caveat. But Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
Right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on Wisconsin. We're waiting on Michigan. But why Georgia, do you think?
Let me pop on down there. Had a nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I can come back to it. All right. So here's Georgia. All right. And here is the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the votes still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
No, it's okay. No, when I was poking around here, a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the Southwest while I got you guys, and let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while, too. But look, if you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
Fox News Tonight is pulling an all-nighter on election night. Stay up late with us.
If you are one of the 70% of adults struggling with their weight, struggling to access care, struggling to find treatment that works, the problem isn't you, it's your healthcare. HERS clears the path to affordable, personalized weight loss plans for those who need them. Through HERS, a range of treatment options, including compounded GLP-1 injections, are currently available and ready to be delivered to your door. Real change starts here with HERS.
Some things are inevitable, inescapable, set in stone from the day we're born. And some aren't. Through Hims, you can get access to a range of options made with proven ingredients to stop hair loss and regrow hair. Formulas are personalized and prescribed by licensed medical providers 100% online. Break tradition with Hims. For regrowth in 3 to 6 months, get started today at hims.com.
Your business requires trust. Prove trust without the fuss with Vanta AI. Tired of answering security questionnaires? Automate them with Vanta. Vanta AI learns from your documents and past responses to generate instant and accurate answers for you to approve. With Vanta AI, you can complete security questionnaires up to 5 times faster, which means shorter deal cycles and more time back in your day. That's how you automate compliance and prove trust with Vanta.
Ooh, fun. Yikes. The leaky refrigerator coil card. Is that bad? Oh, death! Death? Of an AC fan motor. Oh no. But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered appliances and home systems. Are there bees behind me?
My bees escaped.
Phil, we talked about this. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want. Sling let you do that. Yeehaw! I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels. Sling let you do that too.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
In the house.
Only if you want to shorten your cold. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam.
So we're getting a lot of vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks. And we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states. And you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early in 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin. 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously, Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet, and there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete. There's probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania, as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2-1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan? White Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Major difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue.
And RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those. But it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Karl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we began. It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit changed. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this. But we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was some conversation over how much of remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign.
muted. That's why 11,000 people just hearing my background talk. I know if I'm not, I'm going to have to throw you over this balcony right here. No, am I unmuted now? Am my mic on now? They hear me threaten you. I'm just kidding. Anyway, all right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can see, I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I was on a flight from Michigan, met a really nice older lady on the plane. She talked my ear off, but she was sweet, so I listened. So I'm trying to hang in there. I don't know why they haven't called Georgia. They haven't even counted a vote in Georgia. It's reminiscent of what happened previously, but I'm not going to call it because who knows? We still got a lot of real estate left. I want to stay on here as long as possible. Maybe I'll keep it going, but I'm going to have to go downstairs and get something to eat or something because I've been on this thing for five hours now. Let's go to Nick. Can you check that? Let me see. Can you check that, see if CNN called Georgia? Let me see if I can look it on here. Y'all hold the phone.
Oh, my wife just texted me. CNN just gave Georgia to Trump. Fox still doesn't have a vote counted since a half hour ago, so that's really weird. What's CNN's vote count?
I'm looking at the news and seeing if CNN called Georgia.
CNN's got 246 for Trump.
How is Fox not calling the thing like they supposed to? God dang.
182 for Kamala.
Who? Fox?
CNN.
Why is Fox got...
Fox is tripping, man. I told you should do all Newsmax.
No, but they do. Their interactive map is nuts.
They've got 182 for Kamala and 246 for Trump. Yeah. 246 doesn't make sense either because Georgia's 16.
Did they call Alaska?
Where did they get the 32 from over here? I don't know where that 2 came from. So MSNBC called Georgia too.
Yeah, CNN did call Georgia for Trump. So they called Georgia for Trump. So I mean, they got Trump at 246, Kamala at 182. What did they not call for Kamala? Or they haven't called any of this. They haven't called Maine. They haven't called New Hampshire for Kamala. They haven't called Connecticut they haven't called New Jersey for Kamala. That's why CNN got her at 182. They haven't called New Jersey. They haven't called New Mexico for Kamala. Yeah, that could be what they're doing because I don't know how they haven't called New Mexico for Kamala at this point, but they haven't called New Mexico anything. So we shall see. I mean, if they called Georgia for Trump, then I mean, Trump he got how many more do we got to win? No, it's this news station. They make predictions based on outcome. It's not like normally they right. They could call this and it'd be all wrong. You know what I mean? Wake up the next day and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't. But normally they like mathematically calculate it so they're not wrong. But Trump is still up in Pennsylvania by, I mean, they kind of quit counting in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Trump is up in about 200,000, almost 120-some thousand votes in Georgia. That's why they called it. So it looked like right now, when I look at all of the people, it looks like CNN has Trump at 246 electoral college votes. He's got the popular vote by a few million, but as soon as they hit California, he's gonna go down by a couple million. All right, y'all, I'm holding on. Should I hold on? I'm probably not even go to work tomorrow, Nick. We both may get the day off tomorrow. Drink some more whiskey, man. You'll feel better. Apple juice, I mean. Uh-oh. Hey, baby. Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh yeah, you did. You just right in the middle of the camera. But I love you anyway. But I love you anyway. I'm live, so don't say nothing racist. You should have came on, did some political commentary. Where do you want me to do it? Man?
Just sign it right here for you. Did they call Pennsylvania yet?
No, they called Georgia. CNN called Georgia. Fox haven't even called Georgia.
When are they going to call Pennsylvania, though? That's what I want to know. Look at that.
Only on your hat.
Hashtag BLM.
Only on your hat. What is that?
That's a good sign.
Hey, sweetheart. Can I ask you a favor? Can I ask you a favor? Something to eat. Thank you. All right. Let's see where we at, y'all. I'm hanging in there, y'all. You should. I know we got a ton of food down there. Where are we at with this? Shout out to y'all for hanging in there with your boy. We got 10,000 people still watching, man. I love y'all. See, y'all the ones that truly love me. Y'all love me. And I love you back. I appreciate it. All right, some more super chats came in. My dad hated Trump and was a Dem, but because of your content, he now is Trump all the way. Y'all know I appreciate that. Y'all know what's funny that happened to me in the airport when I was coming back from Detroit? I'm in the airport. I got my Trump hat on, not this one, but I had the one my wife was wearing. I had my little Trump hat on, and I'm in the airport. I always wear my Trump stuff when I travel, or at least when I travel to do these events and stuff. And I passed a lot of black people in Detroit, and some of them give me the dirtiest looks that you've ever seen. They look like they want to kill me, right? They looking at me like, oh, you sell out. I think I heard somebody say Uncle Tom when I was walking by. But I got to, I don't want to be promoting the company, but they do a really good job. Clear. So I'm in Clear, and a black dude walked past me and go, man, I've watched all your stuff. And he said that in front of a whole bunch of black people, and it made me feel good, okay? Because I feel like all these black people look at me, and it could be me projecting. I feel like all these black people are looking at me and judging me and be like, oh, that dude's supporting Trump. And then hear another brother say, I watch all your videos, man. I love your stuff. It really made me feel good. Another funny story. I'm on the airplane. This lady, she was so sweet, though. That lady, she said she'd been married 50 plus years. She had a 40-some-year-old kid, so she had to be 70. She's on the plane, and I got my Trump hat on, and we're talking. And she said something about the election, and she go, she tried to save herself. She looked at me and said, will you vote today? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I do politics for a living. She go, let me guess, is it Democrat? She said she thought I voted for Democrats because I was black. But then she was nice, though. Well, I had the Trump hat on, and then I said, no, I voted for Trump. And she looked at the hat. She's like, oh, my God, I love Trump. But it was funny. It was innocent of her to say that, but she thought I was a Democrat because I was black. I'm not mad at her because if you were a betting person, you rolled a dice, you know, a majority of black people are Democrat. Said this on the stream already. The Shank Uyghurs meltdown is going to be epic. Come on, call Pennsylvania real quick so we can watch The View. It's going to be epic, man. That's going to be our most watched View video ever in history. I'm literally we're going to have popcorn. Me and you going to be both on camera watching it. I'm not going to even do commentary. I just want to watch it. Trump wins is going to be such a meltdown. I haven't seen nothing in Pennsylvania either, Jim. Georgia, Pennsylvania, they stalling. I know, right? They just canceled the show. All right, y'all. I might do some Q&A while I'm still sitting on here. I appreciate the super chat. How do we get a signed hat? All we need is PA Trump 2024, 100%. You know what? I might do some sign hats. Our Trump hats, I might do like the ones that I do. I just sign a few of them, the first 20 or something like that. I'll definitely think about it, though. Or if you're a Tatum Squad member or something like that and you go and order one, just put, I'm a Tatum Squad member, screenshot your stuff on there or whatever. Or put your screen name on there and I'll sign it. But I'll let you know if I'm going to do it. I don't want you to do it and I don't forget about it. All right, let's see where we're at. Can they hear them? No, I don't want them to. I just want to make sure. So, yeah, man, it looks, Trump is still up in Michigan by a lot. He's up in Michigan by 200,000 votes. What we say?
In Wisconsin, we're up like 113,000 votes in Wisconsin.
Yeah, he's up 200,000 in Michigan.
There's only 30,000 votes left to count in Dane County.
Which is the bluest county, huh?
All right, let me see what Milwaukee's at.
Thank you. Thank you for your reparations plate. Thank you. Oh, yeah. All right, y'all. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to get some food in my stomach. I'm gonna break real quick. Stay tuned. If they call Michigan or something, they call Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin something while I'm eating, I'm gonna pop back on here immediately, and we're gonna talk about it. So y'all hold the phone.
And Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote. 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's
exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall?
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states? Yes.
There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas, but the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was a moment ago here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4 which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is
Yeah.
it's 99% in or 90? What did you say?
99%. Statewide, 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but, it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all we've been through with that?
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
For coming
Good
by.
job.
Great
Very
job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh. Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop?
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah.
And then you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988, and these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right, and now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance, and we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here. In Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan. And Wisconsin, you know, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a litlittle more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears It appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point. It's close, right? 0.2 points. You know, what happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in. But Nevada is looking good, too. And now you start to wonder, you know, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours. But Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you know, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour. And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown Watch Party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we've pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led a insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought it was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well,
I
don't know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
Yeah. And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it. And the campaign,
clearly.
The campaign,
I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan, is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said if Trump wins. He said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? I think that the
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only a quarter of black men.
No, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. Yeah. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature he portrays.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because we offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up of support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women Did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things. But I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right. More to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
Larry, check this out. With On Deck, we could get a small business loan fast and start hiring more help right away.
Or loan cannon!
Why, Loan Cannon? Why?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Get me up and running, Nick. Get me up and running, Nick.
What we
get me up and running, Nick.
Have Pennsylvania.
Hold up.
Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen?
They just called Pennsylvania.
We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
Is my sound
Former
going,
President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
Is my sound going? It's saying the bit rate is low. Do y'all hear me? Let me see. Y'all listening? Some of y'all done went to sleep. They called Pennsylvania right now. Pennsylvania, they called Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is finna win this thing. Donald Trump finna win this thing. He had 267. He got to get to 270. All they got to do is call Alaska, and he ain't never lost Alaska. No, forget that. He going to win Pennsylvania. He going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona.
Oh, it's really about to be a landslide, baby. Let's go.
Now what? Now they going to give 270 to Hitler. Hitler on y'all butt. Now what? Let's go. They called Pennsylvania. I knew they were going to call Pennsylvania Jim. I mean, he's whooping them. He whooping them in Michigan, too. Trump is whooping them in Michigan.
I mean, just call Alaska already. Yeah.
I know.
It's always red.
They call California when they have 2% of the vote. Alaska got 26% of the vote. Red. Come on. Call the 270 tonight. Call the 270 tonight. Let's go, man. I'm sick of y'all. Come on. I can't wait to look at The View. Nick, I can't wait to look at The View. Baby, I said after marrying you and both of my kids, looking at The View tomorrow is going to be my greatest accomplishment. They're going to cancel the show. They ain't going to even play it tomorrow, I bet. I just want them to win, man, because I want to give a big middle finger to all these people, man. Yeah. Try to put him in prison. They tried to kill him. They call us Nazis. Screw these people.
Honey, you can't gloat. You can't be a sore winner.
No, I'm going to be so. I'm going to be so tonight. I'm going to need a massage. I'm going to be such a sore winner. Screw these people, man.
Is CNN calling it? Did the other outlets call it?
No, I'm not on CNN. I'm on Google. Google haven't called it yet. Doggone it, they need to call it. This is from the Associated Press, which is the Google takes from the Associated Press. Who else called it? They got Donald Trump on that betting app at 99% before they called Pennsylvania. So this is accurate. If he win this thing, this is accurate. Yeah. And they had him win in Pennsylvania too. Come on, call this, man. Quit playing.
Wait, did they call it?
They haven't called election yet, but they finna call election as soon as they call Alaska. If they got Pennsylvania, he said 267.
Oh my God.
Is CNN? Hold on, is CNN? Did CNN call it? Did CNN call the election? Called Pennsylvania? Because I don't want there to be no discrepancies. Them say, the Fox did it, but technically CNN didn't do it. They know what's up, man. People sick of these Democrats, man. We sick of their stuff. Getting on TV lying about abortion every day. Forget these people, man. I'm sick of these people, man. I hope that Trump win all the rest of these states. So they can wake up to that bull crap they've been doing. Screw these people, man. Calling us Nazis and all this old crazy stuff. They called Georgia. Georgia called. All we needed was Pennsylvania, and we got it.
I think they're minutes away from calling Wisconsin.
Really?
87% of the vote.
Jim, they call Alaska, it's over.
Yeah.
And they ain't never not called Alaska for a Republican. Right. Not that I know of. Maybe once, like 100 years ago.
Unless they do some shady backtracking, and I don't even know what they could at this point.
They came and we sick of it. We know what they did in 2020. They couldn't get away with it this time.
As you should, Nick. As you should.
Don't say that on camera, Nick. Your mama's still watching.
He's a great governor. Kamala Harris will not address the nation tonight as her camp urges her supporters to head home. Head home and cope.
Take your.
Okay, so they called Pennsylvania, but there's still estimated votes remaining to count, 677,000.
Well, you got all these counties though, but all these counties with Trump, Trump is gonna win. I don't think they'd have called it if they wasn't pretty sure. Trump is trending drastically, and she's underperforming. She's underperforming in every category. Trump is overperforming. Baby, he only need Alaska.
I know, but these bean counters don't want to have egg on their face.
Right.
They're not going to tomorrow and go, we made a mistake.
Yeah, they don't want it.
They were looking at all the counties, and they know what's trending.
Kamala is not speaking tonight, and Trump is going to speak.
Yeah, he's going to speak because he won. She's not going to concede.
Mark Cuban just congratulated Trump.
Hey, y'all. We'll wait till I'm done live to say what we really feel about Mark Cuban, okay? Because I have some. Oh, yeah, LeBron. I want to tag all them fools. All these haters, man. I knew Trump. I mean, I had a good feeling Trump was going to do well, but you never know. Come on and call Alaska, man. What does my text look like? Let me see.
Yeah, all my girlfriends.
Come on, man. Call Alaska so we can all get off this live stream. And shout out to everybody that's watching. We almost there, y'all. We done did it. I can't. We got. Hold on. Wait a minute. I forgot the Trump merch. We got the winning merch. Hold on. Wait till they call it, and then we're gonna put it on. We're gonna pop it on the screen, and yeah, we're gonna pop it on the screen. Put the discount on there. No, yeah, Mark Cuban rent from Trump's hotel. He rent in Trump's hotel anyway. Oh, he bought a penthouse or something in Trump's hotel. So yeah. Let's see. This tells you a lot. This tells you everything you need to know about how out of touch these people are. All these celebrities. All these celebrities that went out and endorsed her, and Beyonce's, and all these people on Avengers and these actors, man, they didn't mean nothing, man. People's pockets are hurting. They don't care nothing about no fake actors. They act for a living. How you gonna believe them and they acting for a living? Come on, man, call Alaska.
Well, especially when Cardi B got her butt up there and was talking about some. Yeah, was talking about some just nonsense, just some street nonsense.
Just ghetto, just a nasty ghetto woman. She said she wasn't going to endorse no candidate anymore. And then what she do? She turned around and endorsed Kamala because they paid her. That's why she did it. Now, look. Like, I think it ain't sunk in for me. When Trump wins, I want him to go after all these people. I want him to investigate these people. I want them to go to jail for their crimes. Hunter Biden. All these people that tried to put him in prison, all these people, I want him to go after them legally. Letitia Jane, what's that little dirty one? Fannie Willis, nasty Fannie Willis. Put her in, investigate. Alex Jones need to be the press secretary.
Tatum, that might be that video. He was like, hey, I'm cool for the first week or two. Trump just being a dictator. Go ahead. Just
Go ahead, take over. I don't even care. That ain't none of my business. I want him to get all these people for what they did to this country. It's not just him, what they did to America, man. They tried to, they screwed us, man. COVID, all that, they screwed us. They let all these illegals in this country, man. They screwed us. Forget these people, man. Investigate these people. What Joe Biden in them documents? They didn't indict him because they said he was too old and that he had poor memory. That man, screw that. Open that investigation up again. Put him in prison.
He was too old when he was getting all that money from Ukraine.
So what? Yeah. It had gotten hot in here, but you can shut it. No, come on, call Alaska. Y'all quit playing. You think he ain't finna win Alaska? Let's see. I mean, Jim, I think Trump gonna win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona, and Alaska. He's gonna sweep this thing.
Have they even started counting in Alaska?
Yeah, they counted. They got 23% of the vote in, and Trump is up 56%.
Harris campaign is no longer giving comments.
Yeah, don't, man. Take your narrow butt on somewhere. You had no business trying to run this country. Y'all been effing us ever since y'all got in the office. And he picked that affirmative action hire. That woman should have never been vice president. They did not deserve to be in the White House. That's too much of a prestigious position for these clowns to be in there. That dude was dead for 4 years, and they played us until he got exposed, and then they want to switch it up on us. Man, I'm glad they're getting this butt whipping. Please, run it up. I need a bigger flag on it. Play Kevin O'Leary. Mute me and play him. Oh, I know her. What's her name, baby?
Back to the
Baby, that's what's her
center
name?
over the next 4 years.
I missed her.
And in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. Yeah. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she's
affliction
out of there.
Hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
She's the same person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Carol, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. There's some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win, and I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, Hold on. I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
They're there. And he's definitely
there. A lot of people are still up.
The question is how much of the national TV audience is.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace.
You know,
maybe
but there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day. But this is a chance to move forward, Brett. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view, when Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made
this little left in Pennsylvania, that's looking like a close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional. Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a bit below Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you the sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48. And we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9-48 flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals. But while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania. But is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now. Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it.
50 years ago. No, 70 years ago. That's 70 years ago, ain't it? 60. Hold on, what? Am I math that off?
No, it's 40 and then 20 is 60.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. All right, I think I'm on. Yeah, but I look haggard. I've been up since 3. Nick say he's been up since 5. I've been up since 3. Let's go back to Fox, man. We tried to put it on here so we can watch them cry, but They ain't ready to cry yet. I just don't. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a winner chicken dinner. I want you to call your auntie Nim and scream through the phone, Trump 2024. That's all I want you to do for them. And I want you to rub their face in it every chance you get. Just wear a Trump hat everywhere you go. Don't even say nothing. Just wear the hat. Rub it in their face. I hate Arizona. Although I love living here in the winter time. If I had somewhere else to move, I probably would move.
Let's move back to California and hope for the best.
I would never live in California. Don't even put my ashes in California. Let's go back. Let's go to Fox, Nick. All right. Thank you for your service. Nick probably want to murder me. Let's see. Y'all, so I think we can fairly say that Fox News has declared. Fox News has declared. This thing got a crazy delay. The live stream got a crazy delay. Oh, I'm off on a delay. No. I think I was even further off. I made it hit a button. I was like 5 minutes off. Yeah. Let's play Fox real quick so you guys know. I think Fox just called the election for Donald Trump that he had won. He got 270. And I can't wait to see the view melt.
Where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight.
Right, buddy.
Think
Say
about Bernie
47,
Moreno
buddy.
in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Havdi in Wisconsin leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. Wow. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45.
I met him at UFC
That
fight.
wasn't
I didn't know
in
who
the
he was.
cards. That wasn't
He's
on
really
anybody's
cool guy,
bingo
man. He's
card
very nice.
when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way.
Look at
And
that
in fact,
Wisconsin
they
race
were
that
many of them were
Republican
sort of pulling into
Rogers won.
+5,
people
+6
sick of these
in just over the
Democrats,
last
man.
3
We
weeks.
sick of- they went too
it's
far
a
left.
fascinating
Thank God.
part of the
They
story.
did, 'cause-
Hopefully, we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee White, and John Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kayla McGee White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton. But Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night.
black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was, to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour.
Because I got to talk to the people. We did it. I'm afraid to be overconfident because you know how they be doing stuff. You know, we wake up tomorrow, they go, "Oops, I'm sorry, we made a correction," and then I'm gonna blow up. But I think we can fairly say we did it. You deserve it. Everybody in the comment section, everybody that followed me, everybody support me, everybody supported Trump. You deserve a pat on the back because we did it. We showed up, we voted, we did all that we were supposed to do in this election, and we made it. Now, Nick, I got a shirt out. It's a victory shirt. Maybe I'll put it out tomorrow, but some of y'all get a sneak peek. This is what I'm gonna do for y'all today. It should be on the store. I hope that Benji is watching. Let's see. I think I got a little victory shirt for y'all. I'm like so tired, I don't even want to show it to you, but. Come on, y'all. Let's go. He won. Boy, I can't wait I'm gonna text my dad in there right now. Where's my phone at? I mean, he gonna win more than that. They still haven't called Michigan.
He just needed 270 to win, right? Wasn't it 270 to win?
Yeah, 270.
Oh, they gave Wisconsin, I bet. They gave Wisconsin. Really? Yeah. They just gave Wisconsin.
There you go, right here. They just did it right there. So he go on Wisconsin. He finna win Michigan. He's up higher in Michigan than he was in Wisconsin. This is 2016 all over again. This that same feeling that I got in 2016. Let's go, man.
My Oura Ring is gonna show I got the deepest sleep. It's gonna be like 4 hours of deep sleep.
Oh my goodness, where that shirt at? Do we have it available? I might have to tell y'all.
I can't believe you won Wisconsin. That is insane. That is crazy.
Wisconsin. Ain't even on here. Where Benji at?
This reaffirms that he also won. Wait, can I say that on YouTube?
What? That he won what? Don't.
Yeah, I can't say that.
What you gonna see? You gonna cuss?
Got the brothers? Is that what he's saying?
No.
Trump got the brothers now?
He got the brothers, bro. We ain't.
There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, we ain't dumb no more. We've been delivered. We've been delivered. Yeah, let's see. I think that's it. Tomorrow, I can't find it. It ain't even up on the store. Our new Trump shirt, our victory shirt, is not even on the tee in the store. So tomorrow morning, Nick, we're gonna sleep in. We're gonna get up. We're gonna make our congratulatory video. We're gonna launch the new Trump victory shirt, and we probably gonna do yard signs and everything that everybody wants tomorrow. I don't know where my guy at. We supposed to have the shirts on right here. Hey, Jim, can you send him a message on the Slack? Can I what? Send Benji a message on the Slack. Because we supposed to have the victory stuff ready to go. It should be on the store. Should be on the store ready to go. We'll probably have to do it tomorrow. Yeah, he's about to speak. I'm just waiting for him to speak, and then we going to bed. I hope that Trump don't speak for 3 hours. Lord, help us. Don't do the weave, Trump. Don't weave and come back around. Just come and do your thing like this, the little dance. We won. I told you we will win. We win big. Go home. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. I'm gonna play it going down the street tomorrow. You know who house I want to drive in front of. You know who house I want to drive in front of. I want to put a Trump flag in a pot.
Hey,
Just bring donuts in front of her house.
And the neighbors, I'm taking that damn Harris sign down. And I'm putting Trump up there.
Just run that thing over.
Mad. Where? In the neighbor's yard. That Harris sign.
Just go there and say, knock, knock, knock. Hey, just with all due respect, you might want to take that down. Y'all lost. I just want to. Yeah. I'm gonna go by there. See us drive through. See what they working with. Probably in their house crying themselves to sleep. Man, just do it. Run it up. I just remember I was on campus.
4 years of Biden to make up for it.
I remember I was on campus at the University of Washington, and they were mocking me and talking all crazy. I said, that's why he gonna win. That's why he gonna win the election. And because y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all think he's racist and all this old stupid stuff. You guys are missing the point. He gonna win. He gonna win big. But all them kids probably remember what I said to him.
They gonna act like they didn't though.
Hey, I'm gonna remind them.
They gonna hit amnesia by the time.
We need to do a tour to go back to these campuses and.
Before and after videos. All day.
Can you pull up the Tatum store? You want him to pull it?
Is it live? I thought we were gonna give him a discount. It's not live on my end. It's not on there.
Benji said done, so it's going to be happening in a minute now.
Oh, we got the coldest merch in the game. All right, if people haven't forgotten.
He's probably doing it right now. When he said done, he was probably saying it like, I'm going to go do it.
He must have fell asleep.
Oh, we need some Donald Trump as your president merch.
Oh, is your president. If he win the popular vote too, he is pretty. He's tracking to win the popular vote. He has 67 million. He's 5 million ahead of Kamala right now, and California is 45% there. But that's no long shot. Arizona, what y'all doing, man? What y'all doing, bro? Nevada then came back and caught Arizona. When is Trump gonna speak? Everybody's there. Why we wasn't there? Where is that? Mar-a-Lago? Yeah, we got kids. We got kids and stuff, man. This is just. Yeah, we just sleep to the election, bro. Just go ahead and take a nap.
No rallies or anything, no victory lives. Just stay inside, just for time being. Who was that actor? John Voight.
Yeah, Voight.
If we could pull off Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, we'd win 312.
That's like the greatest victory since Reagan. That would be the greatest victory since Reagan, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because he won all of them, but one or two states. You remember I'm live.
Reagan won 525 electoral votes.
Oh my God. That's every state, right? Except one, right?
49 states.
Yeah.
No way they were the same amount though. The same amount electoral.
What's that?
It was the same amount per state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it could shift by state because of population.
But you got to think, when you win all 40, you win 49 out of all the states. I mean, he won all these states up here. He won all but one state. Which state did he not win? New York?
They won one state and D.C. D.C. That's what it says.
Of course, D.C.
But D.C. doesn't have electoral votes.
I don't know.
Now you play Trump as your president, like him out again. Song slaps so hard. It does. It's gonna slap even harder now.
Oh yeah, it's electoral votes. It doesn't have Senate. Yeah.
Can I gloat? Are we gloating?
I'm tired, man. It's crazy. This victory, I'm excited, but I'm tired.
I'm only like starting to break out now because they officially announced them. So I'm getting less tired. Are you gloat? Okay, I'm gloat.
He won.
Oh, am I yet?
All he won was Minnesota.
Is the winner, right?
Yeah, it's time to go.
It was Walter Mondale. He won Minnesota and D.C. That's it.
Oh yeah, and then DC don't count as a state, right?
Yeah.
My wife over here doing Instagrams.
Gloating.
Gloating.
Gloating about 4 years ago.
Oh, is Trump gonna speak? I think he's getting ready to come up there and speak. I mean, I'm cutting him off if he speaks for 3 hours, but well, I'll play it. I'm gonna be asleep. Y'all can watch it over here. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I've been up since 3 a.m. But I am excited to watch this man win. I just wish they just could call the rest of these states. Huh? I know. Arizona can shove it. You already won. Get over yourself. Yeah, because they told everybody he was Hitler.
Oh, you don't hate these people enough.
Oh, we gonna run it. We gonna run the score up on them every day. Yeah, I'm college educated. I ain't a fool. Because we ain't fools, man. You got to be crazy not to vote for Trump. I mean, if you didn't like him, I mean, these Democrats talking about, tax and unrealized gains and all this. Insane.
Trump headquarters explodes as he's declared the winner. Rachel said, America has now been unburdened by what has been.
Yeah. Somebody said, I don't know anyone around me that didn't vote for Trump in Southern California. I don't know about Cali. They also Cali fast, even for shifty, stanky butt, whatever they mean. What'd you say? Oh, they're going to sentence him. They're going to try to sentence him now. Trump. I don't know. It's never been the case. Can you pardon your own self? Yeah, I think they don't want to do that. But the sentencing for one of those. I don't know. They probably can't. Well, you got the whole legal thing. You just keep pushing it back because they have presidential immunity.
Because all he has to do is go to SCOTUS.
Somebody said tomorrow is the first time I'll ever tune into The View. This is gonna be so much fun tomorrow. Y'all deserve it, man. Y'all deserve it to rub their face in it. They've been putting us through so much hell all these years. The View been talking so much trash about Trump and his supporters. They call us garbage. They gaslit us. Man, screw these people. I can't wait till Trump get in office. I can't wait. Everybody wear their Trump hat proud. No, forget these people. 3. We flipped 3 Senate seats. We now control the Senate. Well, yeah, and they finished the vote pretty much the same day. We knew who won today. We didn't have to wait till 2-3 days from now. Oh, tomorrow's already today.
Somebody posted, Kamala will certify the election results on January 6th.
Huh?
Is that true?
Well, yeah, she's the VP, so she has to certify.
Yeah, like Pence.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, not certified. Yeah, right. They finna get towed up. All right, let's see. I think it's on there, Jim. I think it's all on there. Because I see a lot of people going and getting it. Oh, look at that victory shirt. That shirt fire. Look at these shirts. Nick, put it on the screen before Trump get on here. Put it on the screen. Oh, my gosh. We got all kind of merch. Ah! They are going to cry. Really? What code? Yes, you can minimize it and then stretch it. Oh, it's just too much winning. Keep going, Nick. Keep going. What's that scoreboard?
2024.
45-47.
Amazing.
Oh, y'all got so much merch to just rub in their freaking face. What's our discount code? Do we have a discount code? People were using the Win 30. Look at the different one, because I might do something special for y'all tonight. My wife, it's a whole bunch of people on here. My wife crazy. She told me to do a number. I don't think I'm going to do that number. I could do it for... Okay, 1 hour. No, we going to do something big. Look, let's make sure we don't miss Trump. Let me concoct something for y'all. And so if you're watching, just hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got something for you. I'm going to give something crazy away. But it's only going to be for a few people. I can't do it for everybody. I'm going to be broke. My people going to quit on me. All right, let's make sure let's go to Trump real quick and make sure he ain't up there speaking while I'm doing this. And I'm going to be working this in the background. He's not there yet. So y'all just wait. I'm going to give a crazy discount, but I can't do it for everybody. Just hold on a second. Let's see. Amount off of order. Oh, man. Jim, don't be mad at me. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, y'all. Let me see. Limit to 1 use per cut. Limit to number of times this can be used. Okay. I'm going to do 100. Is that fine? 100 people get this discount. It's crazy. It's a crazy discount. 100? How many people?
How many people do you have online?
Put in the comment section. How many people do you think I should get this discount to? It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Some of y'all guessed the discount. How many people? 10,000 people are online.
Oh, you gotta do more than 100.
How many people?
Like 500 people.
500?
Yeah, to 10,000 people. People watching you at 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
500?
Yeah.
You sure, Corinne?
Yeah.
So the first 500 people.
Let me tell Brandon in the warehouse. B Money's got to
Tell
get
B
ready
Money.
to print some shirts.
Tell B Money. Oops. All right, so everybody that's watching right now, 47% off for Trump being 47. 500 people. The first 500 people that buy, 47% off. Everybody gonna kill me. Use code 47 baby. Baby. Yeah. Yes. Oh man, that's dang. 47 baby. BABY. Yeah, 500. 500 people. 47% off. Oh Lord, I'm finna lose all. I'm finna lose it all. Y'all don't bankrupt me right now.
Samson just B Money just hit me up in Slack. He's listening to us.
Oh, he is? Yeah. Hey, Brandon.
Yeah. Is Trump on yet? Come on, Trump. I'm gonna go to bed. Oh my God, I'm finna lose all my money. But I love y'all anyway. 47% off for 500, the first 500 people. Anna Paulina won? I love Anna Paulina. She's really cool. Her husband is awesome, man. They great people. All right, y'all. First, I hope I didn't break the freaking internet on this thing. First 500, 47% off of your Trump merch. Y'all go shop away. When is Trump coming up here? That merch Nick, put that merch on the screen one more time. Put that merch on the screen real quick before Trump get on there. I had to look at it because my team put this together and I hadn't even seen all of it. I ain't lying. That merch is fired. That victory one at the top look like I put that on a cigar wrapper. Come on, Nick. That victory one with the gold ring on there. Fire. Not tired of winning. Fire. Make America great again with ring. Fire. Scoreboard. Fire. Oh my goodness. I can't wait. I cannot wait to wear this in front of everybody. Go up to the top. Let's start at the top, Nick. 47% off. It's on the screen for the first 500 people. Victory. That's my favorite one, but that one is cool too. Victory. Go down, Nick. The victory one. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Not tired of winning. That's go down. It's one more. Oh, it's two more. The scoreboard and then the. I wonder which one people like the most. All right, let's go back to Trump. Let's see what Trump doing. 47% off. It's on the screen. You better take advantage of the first 500 people gonna get it. Everybody else, I love you anyway. And our prices are good anyway. I mean, even if you don't get that amount off, our prices are crazy. Oh, let's make sure there's not something wrong here. All right, Nick, cut my mic while we get Trump up here.
Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know that
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her.
You know?
Who would have
But I
run
mean,
against her?
but Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Bashir, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated a Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from that
the old days.
The party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage. So we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway, but he, you know, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, you know, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, I was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line, to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah. Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, and the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View. And a week or so ago, they were saying, you know, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said
and Joe Scarborough saying, you know, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah. You know, I will say when we talk about The View, you know, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave. And he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, you know, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think a Donald Trump who goes with his instincts is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
You know, Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls went up.
Will be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn and his lovely wife, Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic working.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't win
and
people
narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But, Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president.
Yeah,
the presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and with the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning of 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I would remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton? She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close. Expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right. Attractive guy.
But Sam Brown was left, essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
How much? It renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin? Standing by.
Where's Bill?
There's Newt Gingrich and Callista Gingrich waiting there.
Where's Bill Hammer?
There's Mike Waltz and his wife there, all expected to be a big part, perhaps, in a second administration. The former president had hats made with 45-47.
He's been wearing his
campaign.
for a while, yeah.
He's been wearing for a while. Now it is true. Harold Ford?
He will win the popular vote. He's likely going to win the electoral vote. The Dow has jumped 800 points in futures this evening. They give you some excitement around, to give you a sense of the excitement that investors have. And again, I think this speech tonight, the tone tonight, just to be repetitive, because I hope the president's watching, and like you said, Kaylee, he might be watching us here and there. I hope it's what you said. I hope this is a moment to let the country, because we've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win. And it appears that we're going to have a decisive win to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
You think so?
Well, we should. I mean, Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
How you make a kid like that? Man is 7 foot. He was like a giant. He was a little kid when he was giant. Listen to me talk.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. An American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Oh, they hate him. They
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
J.D. Vance.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
They're going to realize they're full of sugar, honey, iced tea.
And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
He is short and sweet. I wish I could do that.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. and it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
We're going back, Mark.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold.
All right, y'all. I love all y'all. I love Donald Trump. I think he's amazing. I'm glad he won. We all did our part. Now we got to go to bed. I've been up since 3 a.m. He been up since 5 a.m., and we got a whole day tomorrow. So we love you, Donald Trump. If y'all want to continue to watch this, I'm sure they playing it on Fox News. But we have to go to bed. I got a family. I got kids. I got to go up to school. I don't want my wife to have to do it by herself. So I love you, Donald Trump. You got this, buddy. I see y'all later. Thank y'all for the super chats. Thank y'all for the support. Thank y'all for getting the merch. We're going to kill this thing in 2020. It's going to be a great year. It's going to be the best avenue forward for this country that we've ever seen, ever. And I'm really hoping that I have an opportunity to get to the White House to support Trump in any way that I can to help us make this country great and for us to keep our country great. And these liberal dummies will never get into power again. I love you guys. Good night.